Voidwoken! Damnable bloody Voidwoken! Well, that's that. I always knew I'd die for Rivellon. I just didn't expect it was going to be in a small basement. In Driftwood, of all places. At least now you know where to go.
I like how one of the options is to source vampirism here. It's in the freaking dialogue.
Excellent. Although, do be wary of her. My death may change things for her. She is immensely powerful, and she is on our side. But she will not be pleased about, well, my parting.
Yeah, we didn't finish with setting up Sis's setup until like 8:30-ish Eastern Standard Time. Basically, it took about an hour and a half. So she's set up though, so we're good on that front.
She may ask you to honor an old bargain that I had struck with her. Do not accept. Her business is with me, and me alone.
She glances at her body once more, a grim look on her face.
You need to go, Godwoken. But I have one last request. My last wish, as it were.
Okay.
I want a statue. Something modest. A simple piece of marble and gold on the steps of the cathedral, glaring out over arcs.
Meister Siever's shoulders slump, a tired, melancholic grin on her muzzle.
I would have liked to see that city again. Just once more.
And then once again, you could rip the sword. That is so evil.
Give them hell, Godwoken.
Well, I'm trying to invent an afterlife, so I suppose by default. There we go. Good morning, Loner. Okay, I believe we are ready to move on to the Nameless Isle. I checked the log, but it's totally worthless. That's an Arcs thing, that's an Arcs thing, that's an Arcs thing. I don't even remember where that is. We never did find Ethne. Or followed through on that. Kinda already followed through on that. Never putting that on, so yeah, no, I believe... Well, hang on, let's check... Yep. So yeah, Sabine is heading to the Nameless Isle. Red Prince is just kind of waiting. Losa is waiting for Arcs. Yeah, no, I believe we are done. I'm pretty sure there's other stuff we could do. Because it's this game. That's interesting. Is that just my monitor? Is my monitor going bad? Hang on. Weird. I'll have to leave that on for a bit, see what happens. No, don't. There we go. Good morning, Hazardous. Good morning, Black Vial. Good morning, Random
A war owl
Hawk?
swoops down from the sky and delivers a message for the Red Prince. Red Prince, I am the one who has been hunting you, but you cling to life all too tenaciously. We must speak of the reason for your expulsion from the ancient empire, and we must speak of the Red Princess. Find me on the Nameless Isle at the Temple of Zor Stissa. In the presence of the goddess, let war and shadow meet.
What's on your mind?
So...
Gods know. Though they are a nuisance. Believe me, a prince of the House of War survives his first attempts at assassination in the crib. His mother is not so much his keeper as his bodyguard. Though I must admit these fellows are rather tenacious. Do you tire of their attempts?
Not really, they're kind of pathetic.
Precisely. And it's precisely this sort of understanding that makes me appreciate our journey together. Quite a novel thing for me, this together concept. How about yourself?
I'm a bit of a people person myself.
How lucky you are, then, to be graced by my exalted companionship.
I am glad to have you around.
I'm in rather good spirits after that invigorating fight, so I think I'll return the compliment. It's good to have you around.
Thank you. So listen, do we need to talk about what happened with the Red Princess? You know, the wagon.
He looks at you sternly, for all the world like a schoolmaster lecturing an errant brat.
You know very damn well what happened in that wagon. All I can hope is that the encounter is etched into your mind, for what you saw was the conception of a new world, not to mention an unparalleled lesson in lovemaking.
So, I mean, Sadha, this other king,
His eyes attest to a desperation you've never seen him acknowledge in any way whatsoever before. He seems restless, angry, on the cusp of a tempest you never expected could ruffle his unshakable demeanor.
Finally, I found her. Finally, I found her, only to lose her again. It's unthinkable, unbearable, to know she's in the hands of such villains. Aye.
it's okay. We're gonna fix this.
He's gone, damn you! Don't you understand? Just let me.
He closes his eyes and begins to chant an old mantra. His voice mesmerizes, and as he calms, you too feel serenity descend upon the scene.
There. Much better. I apologize for my irritability just now. What you don't realize is... Tell me, have you ever been in love?
I don't think Fane has been in love, so we're gonna say no.
Then you couldn't possibly understand. Suffice to say, I am in love. In such a way that is the very core of my entire existence. My empire and my throne, I must have them back, there's no question about it. My offspring of dragons, I will see them born. Divinity itself, by all means, I crave it. But above all, above any of them, I cherish her.
But what about me?
Yes, I suppose it is. You must know she is my deepest desire, that I've longed for since my soul slipped into consciousness. To see her taken away from me now, after our first meeting, it rends the heart.
Don't worry. We got this.
Words that mend. I thank you for them. I will scour this world in search of Sadha, and if by mortal means she eludes me, I will take Divinity for the purpose.
So about this prophetic dream you had.
Ah, yes. The dream visions. I've been bombarded with a lot of grandiloquent prophecies that an analytical mind like mine is obliged to meet with a certain degree of skepticism, were it not for the princess. Like all lizards, I give great credence to dreams, for I know them to flow not from the sleep-hazed mind, but from another plane of existence altogether. Sometimes, in that vast phantasmagorical chaos, two storm-tossed kernels meet and become a constant. Sadha is the secret of my soul. I have no doubt whatsoever we are meant for one another. Meant for dragons. Ontologically speaking, where the return of the great red dragons is as yet but a possibility in the realm of Rivellon, it is already fact in the disarray of dreams.
That's, a bit of a grandiloquent speech.
I notice a certain limitation in your vocabulary. You're welcome.
You're quite right.
As if that ever was in doubt. Now, I don't blame you for being skeptical. It shows a penchant for logic. But logic, dreams, and prophecy make for an ill-tasting cocktail indeed. Bear with me, though. I'll make it taste sweet just yet.
What do you think about the Scions? We already encountered them.
I can't say I've ever given them much thought. They're no more than an elven curiosity as far as I'm concerned, obsessed with the idea of becoming sentient bark. Wonderful material once chopped, though, I'll give you that. Just look at the Lady Vengeance.
Okay, that's terrible. As Octaved.
Shame I had to leave the stone garden behind. I feel so at home among the graves.
Blah, blah, you're evil, blah, blah. Do you have any money? Not enough.
Yes.
So, how do you feel knowing that Roost is dead?
She smirks quite joylessly.
You heard the way he spoke to me, didn't you? I don't think I'll lose any sleep over his violent demise. Roost. He was wickedness come to life. In his mind, we were nothing but things that squeal delightfully when tortured and ravished.
She looks at you intently, with searching, questioning eyes.
Does such a creature deserve anything less than death?
No, yeah, he totally deserved to die. I even erased him from reality.
Indeed. The name's on my left arm. Several I killed with pleasure. You saw what I did with Stingtail. You saw it made me feel good. You read the ecstasy in my eyes when I made Roost scream. I ask again, does a creature like me deserve anything less than death?
Yet no, that's a different thing, Sabine. You killed people who hurt you, which is debatable. They killed people who are innocent because they're evil.
No innocence. Not anymore. But in their name, so many guilty ones.
She holds up her needle, and eyes it with the same searching, questioning look she gave you.
Beyond the blood hides nothing but a desire to be happy. I can only hope that is not too terrible a crime.
Todd versus what's-her-face? Honestly, I don't know. That's a coin flip, I think, Zuckdaft. So, you're the Prime Scion.
Yes, I am the Prime Scion. A revelation that came quite out of the blue, which is somewhat ironic, considering I'm supposed to be my people's foremost memory keeper. Quite slipped my mind, though. A slave scar will do that to a girl.
Have these jogged anything in your memory?
Yes, a great many things. Days long gone.
She looks down, an uncharacteristic cast of melancholy passing over her face.
Gods, I was so young. Imagine it, to sit enthroned under a vast forest canopy, to look down upon a crowd of thousands, their bodies aglow with countless rays of golden light falling through the leaves. You hear their voices as one. One mind, one thought, and it's your name they incant, as if the word itself were magic. Sabine. They said it like I was the cornerstone of their existence. Isn't that silly? I didn't even know myself.
Do you know who you are now?
Good question. It's a very lonely thing, indeed, to be the object of a people's worship. What is revered is feared at the same time.
She absent-mindedly fingers her needle, hesitates.
I used to love poetry. I used to love wandering the forests for days on end. I'd swim in the rivers and forget to dress after. I'd bask in the sun, sleep nestled among bear cubs. Nothing out there would harm me. But always, they would find me, the scions. Always the mother tree would call me back. For one day, I'd be free no longer. One day, my legs would be roots. To wander would be but one lone memory among millions.
It sounds to me like you've never actually been free.
Clearly not. Though I must admit that even to sit on that throne amid that eerie crowd, destined to become leaf and bark, was not so dreadful a prospect as what came next. When I decided to run away from the Mother Tree with only the moon for my guide, it was a terrible journey. Soft-leafed branches became vicious like whips. Moss-bedecked rocks became sharp like the stone axes of old. I grew weary. I was bleeding, in pain, and how I gasped when for the first time an animal eyed me with malice and growled. That is when I heard them, the whispers and the taunts, the low howls of men, the snare cut so deep, the blindfold, it made me panic. The dark.
It's okay. You don't have to go on if you don't want to.
Somewhat to your surprise, Sabine doesn't recoil, but allows you to hug her.
Thank you. That very first moment of darkness. I've never been so scared ever since. Then there was the stench of those men. The burn of the ropes. The jeers and the kicks. Until the dark went silent. Even those barbarians didn't dare speak in the presence of the Master. But I'll not speak of him and his methods. Not now, anyway. If ever.
I don't blame you. There's stuff I will never tell people. Ever. Thank you, Cord. As always. I do hope the painkillers are at least doing their job. Do you have any, what is it, alprazolam, I think? That might not be it. Nope, that's not it. What is it? Dramamine. That's it. Do you have any Dramamine? Because that helps me when I have to take actual pain meds.
What's up, Chief?
So... do you want to talk about what happened during the exorcism?
Didn't work, did it? There's only one thing to do now. I need to ascend. If I can't get this thing out of me, then I'll need to become so powerful it won't be able to control me ever again.
That sounds like the worst idea anyone's had in the entirety of this setting. And that is saying something.
What, this old gaggle of weirdos?
What do you make of Jahan?
He's got the thing, you know? Some people see the world as it presents itself. Other people see it as it really is. Jahan's one of those.
Yeah, Tor JK is an awful story, Zaktaft. That's why I want to do it first, that or Trooper. But we'll probably bounce back and forth. An idea that was suggested is we do JK, and then we do, I guess Trooper, and then Bounty Hunter, and then Inquisitor, and then Consular, and then Smuggler, and then Agent, and kind of go through in that order. But yeah, Fringe Philosopher is quite correct. My usual philosophy is to get the hard, irritating, or boring stuff out of the way first. Or the worst out of the way first. And then get on to the good. That's my norm. Where's Melody? There she is.
A sudden shuffle behind you, and Los's mouth is close to your ear.
Sorry, Mr. Reloaded. It's only Wednesday.
Psst. Hey, Chief. I need to have a little chat with old Mal's about something. Mind if I butt in?
Sure. I mean, if you like Jedi Knight, no judgment, Zach Taft, but I would say it's the worst of the stories of the 8, in my opinion. It's badly written, cliched, lacks any emotional impact or power, and it's flooded with super weapons, and it's all about defeating the ultimate evil somehow, in ways that aren't even properly explained or expressed. And I couldn't, off the top of my head, think of more than one story positive for the entire Jedi Knight story arc. And even that one's debatable, so that is, of course, just my opinion.
There you are, Losa. I've been eager to hear a little update. Did you do as I instructed?
Trooper is more boring, but JK is, in my opinion, worse. Trooper's just a bog-standard military story, and there's only 2 ways to do a military story. Boring or excellent. We've talked about this before. JK, by contrast, is just a cliche-riddled mess, which makes me actively go, ugh, as I'm going through it.
Yeah, about that.
Oh, do tell. This sounds interesting.
Of course, that gets back to the old argument. What's worse, bad or boring?
That's one word for it, I guess. I met Jahan, and he tried the exorcism, but it didn't work. The demon's still knocking around in there, in here.
Well, leave it to me, Losa. Mama Malady will think of something.
You will?
Of course I will. Surely you know by now you're my favorite.
Really? I didn't think you liked anyone.
I didn't say I liked you, I said you're my favorite. The cherry pit at the top of the rubbish heap, if you will.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Hey,
It's the nicest thing I've ever said.
if you two are done... So, to clarify, Mr. Reloaded, when we say Jedi Knight, we mean Jedi Knight Tor, the Old Republic. Not Jedi Knight, which is a completely separate game that came out like 6, 7 years earlier? Something like that.
Aren't you supposed to be off learning how to become the divine and whatnot?
Siva died.
Her eyes flash with something. Anger, perhaps, or fear.
But never mind. We'd better focus on the task at hand.
She looks straight ahead, ignoring you.
Oh yeah, we never got to actually debate it. Thank you for reminding me, Colgrim. Funnily enough, I did spend some time this morning chewing on story ideas, both positive and negative. Yeah, there's some snow issues, even where I am. Oh, by the way, this is a good time to mention, I've only had one power blip so far in the midst of all this, but if I have more power blips, that's why. Rolling blackouts, etc. So far I seem to be in an okay zone because I'm not on the you-know-what grid, but yeah, anyways. It's incredibly uncool, Cord, and I don't know how to be sarcastic. Let's see. That's the worst thing in human history. The Stormtroopers... No, let's see. What's the Darkspawn. The Sith themselves would look at that idea, Cord, and decide that that's too far. That's beyond... Darth Poppy would look at that and be like, whoa, whoa, chillax, dude. There we go. I think I've managed peak sarcasm. The more I've chewed on it, I gotta work at sarcasm because my delivery is just so straight, and I know people have trouble telling. I agree, Colgrim. Like I said, I was chewing on some story bits earlier, and as much as I do like this game, obviously, I think that's a negative to story. I even got to mention it briefly to Sis, and she was like, oh, that just sounds like one of those moments where they are trying to make you feel anything without any work involved. And I was like, yeah, no, that's pretty much exactly what it is. Like, there's a name for that. There's a term for that. But that is something that fiction likes to do, is... And it's a care! And, like, you can almost see... You know how in the old audiences they would hold up a thing, clap, awe, gasp, they would hold up the sign and you're supposed to react. You can almost hear them holding up the sign saying, care, because the follow-up scenes are just like, care. So, yeah. Honestly, Guido for Life, so far most of the weak writing, which I acknowledge is absolutely there, is more absence of positive than it is a full negative. So I don't want to sound negative about this game that I love the hell out of, but I sat down and spent about 10 minutes this morning going through every quest we've done in Act 2 in my head, and I couldn't really think of any of them other than, like, a few specific quests that I've already jotted down that qualified as positive territory. Because remember, we've established that precedent in Oblivion and in Dragon Age Origins and in other games, where an individual quest or a series of quests can bake together into a positive, and I couldn't think of any that really qualified. It's not bad, but it's just kind of there for the most part. It's just more content. It's like, okay. My opinion. Yeah, we haven't saved the kid, because we can't. The class quests will probably... I keep calling them class quests. The Origins quests, the party quests, are some of the stronger bits. And some of the main plot moments are pretty cool, although we've basically only had like one of those so far. So, but yeah, that's a good way to put that. They're fun set pieces. They're not strong emotional. Like the game I was comparing it to in my head, and I know this is kind of unfair, was Witcher 3. Because whenever we eventually do an audit run of Witcher 3, which is just going to happen at some point, I'm going to have to go through and keep track of individual quests that I think shine. And there are quite a few of those in Witcher 3. Just individual little moments in the side quests. Like, even stuff that isn't super amazing. Just stuff that's kind of like, oh, that's cool. Could bake together into an aggregate. You get my point. Anyways. Or you could just look at the Oblivion review, where we've already done this. I mean, we already kind of did 90% Witcher 3, Mike Kamano. I don't know if you remember, but we had a guide. And we were following that guide to make sure we picked up all the quests and did pretty much everything. So yeah, story negative. Oop. Back to the plot. So we need to go to the Nameless Isle.
Well, aren't you industrious? Seems all the riffraff's back aboard as well. Ready to set sail when you are, Your Holiness.
I think you're right, Guido for life. It is worth noting that while I consider this my favorite CRPG, and so far that opinion is being confirmed, this is why. It's because of the gameplay axis, which these are gonna blossom into 30, almost guaranteed. Yeah, I was thinking about the pet quest. That's actually not a bad point. Let's diverge that. Let's put that over here. I don't remember the sharks thing. Unless you're talking about the shark who was terrified. Which, I could give you that.
Fantastic. Now, on to the interesting part.
After many adventures, the party finally reached the place where Godwo can go to become divine. But more surprises and difficult choices awaited.
Come, Quirkus.
Here we are, the Nameless Isle. And here I thought Malady was unimaginative.
Sorry, I'm looking up the Tor review really quick. It looks like we ended up giving most of the positives for groups of story arcs. Like, for example, the Planetary Primary for Voss got a positive. Several characters got positive. Stuff like that. Which sounds about right. Most of the individual quests that aren't class quests are just kind of whatever in Tor. But to answer your question directly, yes, Mike Romano, we did. But I had to check, I'll admit. That's why I keep that archive. I mean, obviously it's nice for archiving purposes, but it's also nice when I have to check my own thoughts on it.
Still, it's what's on the inside that counts, isn't that right? And this is the place you're meant to become a god. I can't help but wonder exactly what you intend to do with such a power.
I mean, hypothetically, yes, Mike Kamano. Any future Sith Empire characters, so Bounty Hunter, Inquisitor, and Agent, will not get any positives for, like, planetary quests or, normal quests, because we've already covered those. So that's chopped off. But we might get positives for quests in the expansions, and there might be quests for stuff on the Republic side. I mean, that does sound like Todd's act out, but yes, that is very arrogant. There's just not mutually exclusive problems. I gotta be real, I'm not sure I should have the power of being a divine.
All the better. Power is best wielded by those who have no desire for it. You'll do well, I'm certain of it.
That line worries me in real life, because I actually do want power in real life. Although, as I've talked about before, I'd rather not want power, but that's unrelated.
You'll want to hurry now. Divinity is waiting, after all.
What about the wellspring?
I'm hardly an expert on the matter, but I'm smart enough to put two and two together. Where there is an ocean of source, there is a well for drawing from it. To rise to divinity, you probably need to take a gulp. Though I'm sure it won't be that simple.
So what should I expect in this place?
Excellent question. Normally, this place ought only to be known to Godwoken, but judging by the ships burning in the bay, there's been a breach, let's call it. Regardless of who's on the island, all that matters is who ascends. Make sure that's you. The strongest will survive and ascend.
The way I like to explain it, Gum Gum, is power is just the ability to do. That's it. So, having the ability to do is a desirable thing. There's obviously a ridiculous amount of gradient there. You know, there's the ability to have Mexican for lunch, which is a power I have, and that's not even a joke. You know, that requires a certain level of investment and status and money and access and positioning, which, you know, not everyone has. I haven't had that for most of my life. There is the power to, yeah, being able to eat what you want when you want it is a luxury. That is something that is an expression of power. It may be low tier, but it is still a thing. The ability to change, I agree with that completely, French philosopher, but I've never believed power is a corrupting force. Just my opinion. I mean, he is overconfident, Zactaf. I don't know why that's a question. I don't get the question, sorry. You know, the ability to change a law in a certain way, the ability to make a movie. Like, I know that sounds like a strange thing, but let's use Mr. Nolan. Christopher Nolan, I think? Or is it... Yeah, I think it's Christopher Nolan. Hang on, let me actually look that up really quick, because it's like 3 Nolans. Yep, that's him. Christopher Nolan has a decent amount of power. We actually talked about this when we were talking about his influences with regards to the film Tenet, and how much... and I talked about it as a thing because he was actually leaving Warner Brothers, which I considered was a stupid move, and I still stand by that. But the point is, that's the kind of person who could just go say, I want to make a movie, and people will write checks for him. That is a power. He is sufficiently connected and sufficiently capable of just saying, I want to make a movie, and then do it. Yeah, Kevin Feige is another example of a person who could just make a movie if they want to. That's a huge undertaking, and that is a power in its own right. And so forth and so on. I'm talking all low-tier stuff, obviously, but it's still true. That is the appeal of power. To be able to make a movie, to be able to eat what you want, to be able to live how you want. You know. Spielberg doesn't have the blank check like he used to. Spielberg is one of the older guard who just has kind of, I don't want to say has fallen out of sway, but it's just, that's that. I don't have a better way to put that. Another example of an old Hollywood person who no longer has the kind of sway he used to is, oh god, I suddenly can't think of his name. He was in Ocean's 11. He was the Batman. He was Bruce in Batman and Robin. God, I can't think of his frickin' name. I can't think of his damn... I can picture his damn face. Clooney, thank you. George Clooney. George Clooney is an example of someone who used to wield tremendous weight in Hollywood. He doesn't anymore. But that man used to be able to make changes happen or affect movies or get movies made just by virtue of the fact that he wanted to. And I wanted to point that out because it's not just directors who tend to have that power in Hollywood. Sometimes actors do as well. Sometimes producers do.
Look at that island, Quackers. Covered in forest. A true forest. Can you smell it? Over the stink of the water. Millennia of mulch. Those woods are ancient.
My sister would love to be able to just open up a bakery, Kira White Noise, and just cook and teach cooking and sell food to people and just yada yada yada. We've probably mentioned this before. If we were ever into Azeroth, into Warcraft as a setting, she would go do that while I would run off and adventure. Because we both have our ambitions, it's just they're in different directions.
Where better to find a clue about the Great Acorn? Some of those trees could even date back to the first forest. The Knights of Dre will never find us here. A perfect sanctuary to pause and complete our research.
Alright, I'm ready, Michael. Are you thinking of taking a holiday, Sir Laura?
There's no rest for the wicked, Quercus. And even less for those out to save the world, it seems. Somewhere on this ancient isle, there must be a clue that will help us stop the Acorn. We must tread carefully. I'm sure such a wonderland will be dangerous, but at least it should be free from the Knights of Dre.
What would you do if you ran into one of these knights?
What would we do, Quercus? Why, we'd make them sorry they ever left their mother's nests. Anyway, we have something for your new best friend.
The squirrel reaches out and hands you a piece of bark, covered in tiny, scratched handwriting.
Something I discovered in your lizard friend's basement. She won't miss it, but use it well.
3 new recipes learned. I don't know what they are, but woo. We'll talk to people in a minute. I have been ordered by Colgrim, demanding that I put everything on hold and go look for this kid. So what does a kid with a tablet tell a vampire? I have no idea. See you around, McDud. I love how all this is technically a new area. So it's making me rediscover everything. I am not finding this poor kid. Never mind, there she is. And Dallas's 2 assistants are still here. Can we close the gates on them? Yeah, thank you.
The little girl doesn't acknowledge your presence. She remains locked away somewhere deep within her own mind.
Good morning, Sierra Mike. But yeah, no, to finish my thought really quick. I've said this a few trillion times, and I will say this a few trillion times more. I think power enables, I don't think power corrupts. That being said, I would also agree with the statement that power tends to attract the corrupt, for lack of a better way to put it. Because of course it does. I mean, we were actually talking about this when it came to the crazy cults that are in this very game. It's the same problem. You have a evil zealotry group, and it's just, and this group has the ability and power to run around and cause harm and pain and suffering to others, basically with a free check, right, or a blank check. So, ergo, the idea here being that people who want to cause harm to others for free would naturally gravitate towards such a thing. You know, people who are evil or corrupt or violent or, you know, bullies or whatever. See, I don't agree with that, Zilog, but I never have. I have to, otherwise I shouldn't have power, and that's not something that I can accept. I must have all the power! Sorry. Yes, if Kevin Feige wanted to make Cats 2, that would be terrible.
Corbin, the Fletcher you rescued from Roost Anon at the Culwood Mills, sparks to life at the sight of you and breaks into a great grin.
Oh, yeah? Oh, hey, how are you? All settled in myself? Can't tell you how glad I am to be here. And thank you for bringing me. I feel it, you know? I really do.
You are most welcome here, sir. Do you have anything worth a damn? No offense, I'm just wondering, do you have anything worth a damn? That's not too bad of a belt. I think I should grab that. Yeah, honestly, I was debating that, and then I noticed it costs a source. I mean, obviously, it's one of the glowing ones, but if that was just a one-use thing, I'd grab that in a heartbeat. But I'm not source vampirizing Ming, so source is not going to be a regular resource I have access to, so screw all that. Actually, you know what? Here. Give me all your money. Not the vampire's fault. They're just hungry. They're hungry for that sweet, sweet internet. As are we all. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep holding on to the teleport gloves. I think I'm okay with that decision.
Gareth greets you warmly. He's oddly chipper, more chipper than you've ever seen him, and certainly more chipper than most people mourning dead loved ones.
Look, teleport is just too useful, Colgrim, I'm sorry.
I should thank you. I don't know what came over me. Praise Lucian I had you to put me on the right track.
How you doing, buddy?
Not bad. Took some time to think. My parents led good lives. I'd rather celebrate them for the love they gave me than to wail over their loss. Besides, we have work to do. Once we anchor at the Nameless Isle, I'll scout ahead, see if I can help locate the council and ease the way. I'll report to you on what I find.
Gareth, you should stay on the ship.
Nonsense. I just had to take time to renew my spirit.
Gareth.
Lucian said, I will refresh the tired and satisfy the weary. Words as true today as when he said them.
Gareth offers his farewell and hums to himself. You recognize the tune, Blessed and Bold, a hymn praising Lucian.
You know what I would regret most about having real power, Gum? There would probably be people who'd be like, oh, you're so awesome. And I'd be like, no, stop. Bow and worship. No, stop. Stop. Quit it. No. That. Bonk him on the head. So if I ever obtain absolute power, you'll never know about it.
I can sense the raw powers of the source rippling through the air. The island yonder. It is doom or destiny.
What do you think about Malady?
She's a beautiful enigma, isn't she? All elven grace, and her own evil twin to boot. Yet she defies good and evil in a particularly charming, and therefore particularly perilous way.
Actually, I already thought about that, Zalok. I'd just take 3 days per day. We'd have a day for, like, personal endeavors. Actually, maybe it's 4 days a day, because there's a day for personal endeavors. There's a day for getting work done. There's a day for repairing the planet, and then there's a day for streaming. And I guess I'd need a 5th day, now that I'm thinking about it. And that's the family day. So there you go. Each day would actually be 5 days. So the streaming wouldn't change.
I hope to hear her whole story someday. I'm certain it'll be quite the tale.
So what's in your mind, Johan?
Naught but the demon I'm hunting. A trivial task, really, compared to your current pursuits of divinity.
Water. Gum gum. Then air. Then soil.
Jahan takes you by the arm, his voice a whisper.
By the by, do please remember the warning I gave you in the woods. Should Losa come close to divine ascension, you must act. You must kill her.
It would, Zalok. That's kind of the point of it, after all. No, the hard stuff, I've actually talked about this freely and openly before. Fixing the planet is a joke, if we're being completely honest. Fixing society, much harder. Because you can't just force everyone to think a certain way, or perhaps more accurately, you shouldn't. One of the things I believe most firmly in is the very concept of free will and choice. So, fixing people, that's that's not even really on the table. So how do you help things like economic disparity? How do you help things like a massively unjust justice system? How do you help things like rampant greed or invented wealth? I know a lot of these are economic-based, but that's what I know. You get my point? The easy stuff is easy. The hard stuff...
Hello. This island is something else, huh? I'll bet I can find many interesting ingredients here.
Bingo, Zalok. That is exactly right. I've actually thought about kind of the steps I would take to try and reshuffle economic redistribution, and it would be lengthy and involved, and it would involve tiny little steps, but I do think it could work. The problem is that it would require a massive investment up front, and a few other things I probably shouldn't talk about out loud. Including a mega bank and a shadow bank, but I do think it's actually a feasible solution. The point of the idea, it'd be... How do I describe this? Imagine a river, and because of the natural flow, it's bear with me. Imagine that this river actually just goes in a circle, and it just flows through a circle. I know that's not how rivers work, just bear with me. And imagine that the soot and silt and rock has caught over here on this one end of the river. And so naturally more of it gets caught over there because that's how that works. Because that's just natural, logical, mathematical progression. It's how potholes work, right? You know, bit by bit, in just repeated occurrence leads to it building up over time. So the solution then would be to actually very carefully try to redistribute that so that it goes up here and then gets caught up here instead. And then you pick it up from there and send it back in, and then it gets caught up here, and then you send it back in. And the point is, you kind of push it so that rather than it all getting stuck up at any point in time, it just kind of keeps flowing, builds up a little bit, and then goes back into flowing. Thus, the soot and the silt and the rock and the sand actually keeps flowing through the system like it should, instead of it all building up over here and causing dams and interrupting the flow and hurting the fish and all sorts of other analogies I could use here. See, clearing the obstruction all at once is A, infeasible, and B, would not work in real life. Even with absolute power, there would be a lot of pushback to, and all your billions are gone! You know, there's some problems there. Vigilant. I actually did sigh. Thank you very much, Vigilant. As always. Much obliged. Old World Blues. You got it. I think I typed that differently every single time I typed that in. Alright, I can send him after stuff. A source orb, please.
Sure thing. I'll start.
Thank you, Han. But yeah, the point isn't to, as weird as this may sound, the point isn't to remove the obstruction. The point is to remove any obstruction going forwards. And that's the hard part. Like, let's assume a weird scenario. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Let's assume that Vigilant in chat is a billionaire who is on his way to being a trillionaire. He's the richest person in the entire planet. So we go to Vigilant, and we walk up and we say, "Hey, Vigilant, what's up?" We kill him. He's dead. And now we seize all his wealth via various, arguably evil methods, unethical methods that are totally legal, of course. And now, having grabbed all that wealth, we can just redistribute it, but that doesn't fix anything per se. All that does is get rid of one particular thorn. The system hasn't changed. All we've done is removed one particular bit of blockage. The idea would be to try and encourage a new type of system, which would involve long-term... God, there's a lot that goes in. I have actually thought about this, because it's me. It'll involve so much that I can't summarize it right now. Let's just say that, because it would need that, it would need that, it would need that. That housing market needs to change. That particular aspect of the stocks needs to change. That particular aspect of the futures needs to change. Those companies need to stop existing and be just straight up made illegal, which also means we need to try and make some method in order to fight their illegality, because the people are going to do that anyways. And there's so much that goes into that. But I do still stand by my theory, because it is only a theory, that this is a workable solution. It would just be a long-term, slow, gradual change into a situation where all the money doesn't pool onto an absolutely microscopic amount of the hands. I really do think that is a majority of the problem here. I hate to say eat the rich, because that's not really going to fix anything, but it's the gap that's the problem. Rich will always exist. Poor will always exist unless we get to an actual post-scarcity status. But the gap is unacceptable, and the gap needs to be shrunk. My opinion. Why does the background keep weirding out?
This place is turbulent. I can feel the ground quake and the seas boil. Be on your guard here.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks. How you doing, Elmira? Who are you? Oh, that's another of the four sisters. I'll talk to her in a second.
Tread carefully, my dear. Those are black ring banners that I spy on the shore. I studied the tablet that you so generously provided. It showed me everything I need to know about creating a functional Swornbreaker. Once I have that, I'll be free of the Covenant. And see those structures further inland?
Sorry.
Remarkably like those from the caverns of the Black Pits, aren't they? Should you discover the parts needed for a Swornbreaker, please bring them to me. I'll make it worth your while. Also, you will likely encounter sworn followers of the God King on that island, I suspect. I would avoid combat if possible. Death can be less than final for them, if the God King wills it.
Right.
The golden-haired woman in front of you casts an appraising eye over your attire. Slowly and deliberately, she winks at you.
Isn't the sea breeze marvelous, darling? I mean, aside from that rancid smell. Oh, mind my manners. Welcome to Four Sisters. the sole distributors of sorcerous sundries in all of Rivellon. Now, don't be shy. Tell me, how can I help you?
How did you get on my ship?
Oh, darling. Malady invited me, of course. She said you'd need all the help you could get.
She looks around with a gleam of horror in her eye.
And it looks like she was right.
Your necklace sparkles like your eyes.
Oh, now you'll make me talk business. It's our sorcerer sundries, of course. Our little miracles can sharpen weapons, harden armor, and brighten jewelry. Truly the products for those in the know. Here.
She leans in close to you, so close you can feel her warm breath on your cheek. Her hands tuck some paper into your belt.
You can read more, if you're interested.
Right. Yeah, Gareth. There's just some voice. Gareth, could you go get some useful people on board? Sure thing! Gareth, those are pirates. What do you mean? Oh, they... Gareth! I have to buy all of that. I've got the money, so...
So soon?
So soon. Where are my gloves? They're there. Hang on. We're really close to a level up. I'm going to hold off on that for just a second.
All those Magister ships burning. This is as close as I'm going to that island. Nothing good will come of it.
Huh. You have money too. Fascinating.
No one's ever regretted having extra help in a fight. I'll guarantee you that.
Why does he surrender?
Quite a journey I've found myself on with you. Is this where it ends, I wonder?
Any advice?
Dangers indeed. You can almost hear the sounds of battle when the wind shifts correctly. And where there's battle, there's bound to be mercenaries. Gleku Duma, the words of the lone wolves. No doubt my former comrades will have them in their employ. Speak their words, and you might pass. Speak their words, and you might pass. Consider it a token of my thanks for the assistance in retrieving Anathema.
Is there any progress with Anathema?
My efforts continue. I must admit it's quite an intricate piece to work with, even for someone like myself. I remain confident of success, though.
Okay. What do you mean by culture norms, Gumgum? So, welcome to the Nameless Isle. Much smaller. You know, duh. I mean, even something that makes sense in lore can still be a bad gameplay point. We've actually given negatives like that out before. So, as always, I do value and appreciate your input, positive or negative-wise, so please...
These bodies have been purged.
Don't keep quiet? Oh my god.
I suspect we shall soon find out.
Well, someone's source vampirisming, so that's always a good sign. Notice the distinct architecture.
I fancy a swim.
You need a bath.
A permanent loss of source points.
Great is your sacrifice.
I mean, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, there's no other way to get source points after this point, so that would just be you're down to 2 forever.
Quick as a flash, the Magister has an arrow notched on his raised bow. He falters. A glimmer of recognition crosses his face, followed a moment later by a wry smile.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Come, I'm sorry.
My Fort Joy savior. I never thought I'd clap eyes on you again. You always seem to catch me at a low ebb, unfortunately. My troop was slaughtered by Black Ring. I'm the only survivor. What are you doing here?
I'll be honest. I'm looking for my destiny.
A skeptical eyebrow arches upwards.
You, Godwoken? That seems unlikely. Never mind. There are more important matters at hand. Bishop Alexander and the others might still be out there. I need to find them. Let me stay by your side for now. You can count on my bow in any fights to come.
Alexander is here?
He nods.
I never thought I'd follow him. Not after Fort Joy. But he won over us veterans, Magister and Paladin alike. He's like a different man, now that he's found the path to divinity. He broke free from Dallas and Breedman's influence, and they tried to murder him for it. Them and their white magisters. Us loyalists had to stand by his side. The fracturing of the Divine Order, the Voidwoken crisis, multiple attempts on his life. He's let none of it deter him. Now Ascension is within sight at last.
Oh, all right.
He slings a quiver of arrows across his back and nods.
Eyes sharp.
You frown with surprise. Alexander vanished along with all the others when the Lady Vengeance breached the Hall of Echoes. You assumed he was dead.
Who knew? Alexander is apparently immortal. Hold up his face, which, as a reminder, is right here.
If he still thinks he's the one that will replace Daddy Dearest, he's in for a surprise.
Has as many lives as a cat, it seems. Let's see if he acts like one when cornered.
Oh, won't he be ever so happy to see us? This is going to be extra fun.
You know, her outfit looks terrible. I've been thinking that in several cutscenes now. Like, I don't mind the ribbons, but the rest of that, what are you wearing? I mean, I know it's this really nice armor for her. It's just, yeah. What is that? Anyways, sorry. Yeah, rags are us. That's exactly what it looks like, Vigilant. She went down to the local hobo shop, was like, yeah, give me something extra ratty. Can I get, I don't know, do you have anything in puke? There's a lot of dead people here. Making sure it's on and that the game acknowledges that it's on. There's a lot of dead people. Alright, Platty, you have a choice.
All dead.
No!
Delorus kneels and rolls over the corpse of a Magister. He takes in his comrade's lifeless face for a moment, then bows his head.
Yeah, speaking of which, that's another thing. If you had power, you could just make food. I mean, even if you couldn't do anything else, just the ability to craft food and distribute it properly. Think about how much of a big deal that would be for society across the globe, you know?
Pierced. I'm sorry.
Who was this Magister to you?
Pierced. He was an old friend. He encouraged me to join the Magisters. And I talked him into coming to this island. This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me.
This is the Black Rings doing. Now yours.
Delorus closes Pierced's eyes with his palm, then gets back to his feet.
You're right. Pierced wouldn't want me to wallow. He'd want me to carry on with our mission. Let's get moving.
Hello?
The ghost stares right through you, a horrified look upon her face.
They took the realm. They took it all. But they don't know what it is.
They don't know what they have.
The impish pocket realm?
Hope flashes in her eyes as she tries to focus upon you.
Those black ring dogs. They took the universe, but they don't know what it is. I pray they do not think to try to use it.
She turns away.
Well, I don't know if you heard me earlier, Kira White Noise, but the order of events I listed was, you know, water, air, soil. Then we'll work on food. Food's actually relatively easy to solve as long as distribution is solved. That's the big catch there. Hey, it's some black rings. I don't know if I'd say excited to quack, but I am curious. Because it could be really good, and it could be absolutely nothing. I'm trying to keep my expectations low, because they've already mentioned they're going to talk about Smash Bros, and I just don't care. So, I'm expecting that. Really? That. Soil would take a while. Unless you just... Although then people would be wigged out. I don't think they're going to talk about Smash for 50 minutes. I'm just not getting my hopes up because they've already said they're going to talk about Smash. So that's at least a chunk of that, probably a bare minimum of 10 minutes, I'd say, devoted to something that I just don't care about. No offense to anybody who cares about Smash, obviously. There we go. That guy did not want to deal with that. Wouldn't fixing the soil, air, atmosphere, and water create global warming? What? Gum Gum? No! Apparently, Colgrim. Let's go ahead and drop this. Where's the... Oh, there's the badge. To say it didn't show up there. What if they're having a snow problem? Okay, you're actually... I have no idea what you're talking about at this point, Gum Gum. Yeah, as Hazardous says, repairing the soil and Earth, repairing the planet, you know, physically, you know, if we could do that, Thanos, would actually pretty much reverse global warming. It would also lower the amount of random, wild, freak-out weather events we're having as a direct consequence of that. Including the storm that we here in the States are going through right now. So forgive me for legitimately not knowing what you're talking about. Ah, it's back there. Yay! Alright, Platty, you have a choice. You can give me absolute power, or you can kill me. Which one do you pick? I'm okay with either, legitimately. Oh, good, Cord. Fingers crossed. Yeah, the economics of global warming, that's a little bit different. That's a problem. Because fixing the planet once, that's a joke. Really, it is. If you have that level of power, you can just do that. Trying to ensure that people don't make it even worse, that's a problem. There's also an unrelated issue. Yes, I've put way too much thought into this. Shut up. Picture this for a second. Think about how many people out there say that, you know, global warming doesn't exist, and that weather change doesn't exist, and it's all just a myth, and blah, blah, blah. You know, that nonsense, right? Picture that for a second. Now, imagine for a moment that all the damage... That was a bad snap. All the damage has been repaired. Planet starts righting itself. And all of those people, all that information starts flooding in from all the many hundreds of thousands of people who track that globally. And they're just like, oh my gosh, everything's righting itself. Imagine what those people would think in that circumstance. Imagine how much more weight that mentality would gain in that circumstance as a direct consequence of the fact that the damage is being repaired from an unknown source. It's just repairing itself out of the blue. Let's go and wait on you. Giant spider. Giant spider. Colgrim brings up the second major problem. Right now, there are actually... I know this sounds insane, but right now we're not exploiting... The species is not exploiting the planet to the extent that it could. You know, it could actually be worse than it currently is. Imagine if everything was repaired and then they suddenly lose the political capital to push for that sort of things, and those laws get repealed and companies are allowed to just go hog wild. Like I said, the easy stuff is easy. The hard stuff, that's a much bigger problem. That's a good question, Noctis. And that is a valid point, which admittedly I don't have the data to speak on directly, but hypothetically, if we're at a natural cycle where the planet is pushing towards a new ice age, then frankly, I would be fine with pushing against that. Since I'm more on the civilization side of the equation than the nature side of the equation, as I've talked about many, many times. Because, you know, screw the environment, right? So that's a water portal. Hello. I actually don't fear death. I'm cool with dying. The problem is, I got stuff to do. That's another thing I can do with absolute power. Hey, let's make space a little more inhabitable. And then all of a sudden, we have the ability to interact with space in a way that we just don't. You know, the science fiction equation is what that really is. Listen, it's not on fire, Kay. That's the important part. It may be soon, but it isn't at the moment. No, don't cast Call from the Depths. Okay, that's not as bad as it could be. But, I can't even properly explain... Thank you for reminding me, Colbert. I can't even properly explain this, but anybody who knows anything about space, like, has actually studied space, knows that space is just not happening, right? Like, this planet really is all we've got, and it will continue to be all we've got for the millennia range. And that even that's debatable. It is so monumentally, monstrously uninhabitable to live in space or on other planets that we're aware of. But what if that were fixed? Bwong! Let me see the point. Who is this? Oh, this is Dolores. God, you didn't even have it around here. What are your abilities? Sure. Oh yeah, that's another thing. If I actually, let's say I gain absolute power, I can tell. Are there aliens? You just answer the question there. Just checking. Anyone out there? No? Okay. I don't mean literally you could just walk in space. I don't mean Treasure Planet, Kay. I mean re-alter certain specific rules that, again, I probably put too much thought into making it so that, you know, space is more sci-fi rather than what it is in real life. That's the synopsis. And if you're wondering why I've thought about that one, I can actually answer that. It's because, well, I want my setting, the extant, to be as relatively believable as possible, but I also want it to be a sci-fi setting, which has spaceships and space stuff. And those two things are completely incompatible. So, I could snap my fingers and just hand-wave the whole thing away, which is what most science fiction does. Or I could try to think about how to solve that, which is what I did. Alright, Dick Quack, here you go. Fling. See, I don't have anything for you to do. You just chill. Oh, there's people behind me. Where do you people come from? Oh, well, they're Black Ring. They deserve to die. So let's go be on fire. Come on, get on fire. Oh, I can't reach him. No! Well, shoot. Okay. Go and just stomp up there, then. Stomp, 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 stomp. It makes sense. All of Earth is just a TV show, everyone. That just lines up perfectly.
Glory is mine. Glory is mine.
Well, if we're in a civilization, then I need to be sysop. That's all I'm saying. It's okay. Absolute power will be a lot more obtainable in that case. Although I swear to God, if this... Well, I shouldn't make that joke. I mean, nobody likes the ocean, piece of lich. It's coarse, it's irritating. I mean, with absolute power, yeah, but I wouldn't. That would be an extremely dumb idea. Hey, pi is a different value now. And then just everything is different everywhere forever. No! I've misclicked a few times, console. In fact, I've already codified the negative for that problem. Because it is a problem. You know what? I feel like absorbing people's corpses. Delicious corpses. Yeah, altering gravity is another one of those things that would have to happen. That's one of the biggest things that would have to change, actually. Hey, Brigwin. Because gravity as is not acceptable. It needs to be fixed. Alright, really quick. Fire! Here, you, get out of the way, get out of the way. No, the fire went away. Damn it, I was too slow. Ah, well.
The spirit of a Black Ring conjurer looks around in confusion, seemingly oblivious to you.
All we could do is eat his source. I believe it was the 80s Colgrim. I forget. Someone told me last night. A diamond! Nope, that is way too long of a topic. Gravity be wrong, yo. Gravity needs to be fixed. Gravity is one of the greatest enemies we have in the universe. I'm not joking about that. Huh.
Black Ring. Could they be doing the purging?
The plot thinnens.
I don't think that's how that sentence is supposed to go there. But I'll allow it. So there's another purging wand, which I'll give you that to Losa. A black mirror. I mean, if you want to side with gravity, that's your business. That's cool, Mike Devano. It would oust you as a traitor, obviously, which means you'll have to be purged for the greater good. But, you know. Oh, there's a phrase you never want to use. I want to talk about dialogue that's been tainted by human history for the greater good. Indeed it does, Colgrim. Gravity affects far too much. Glory to mankind. I mean, I'm pretty pro-human, but ugh. I wouldn't disagree with that, Colvin.
Do you serve the God King's scum?
I serve the God King, of course. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? So I was hoping to go around the back end, and then my pathfinding decided to shove me right into their faces, so this should be fun. Yeah, exactly, Caroline Noise. That is pretty much exactly my problem. It's my range. So I noticed at the last second that he had deflecting there. So I'm actually going to redo that, because I just hit a person who had deflecting up with the biggest hit I have. Second biggest hit I have. Hey, we can try to go the proper way around this time. Come on. I serve.
Do you serve?
Alright. This is slightly better setup.
Prepare yourself!
Good morning, Sheriff Yoda. Yeah, you notice that's pretty much my build this time around. I don't think I've ever done a full high ground build. It's kind of nice. Holy crap! That was a 900 hit if you missed that. Yeah, a high ground crit. A very high ground crit, too. That's 2 layers up. I mean, you don't have to stream full screen, Sheriff Yoda. You can if you want to. That's your call. Yes, all the Obi-Wan memes have prepared me for this day. Okay. Deflector, aura, gone. Scooch. Is he wearing a bucket? Shut up. I probably wouldn't mess with time, Bingo. Speaking as someone who studied time for far too much of his time, I'd leave time alone. Other than fixing gravity, obviously. Oh, if it was me back then? Good question. I don't know. That doesn't work that way, Colcro. I still think that's one of the biggest flaws of that film. And I love Endgame. But that is just wacko levels of nonsense. Aww. Wait, there's no elephants in Halo Wars? What the hell? You should be Diesel Edge. See, that's the best part. I'm so obviously evil, no one would ever suspect me of trying to fix things.
Hurts, doesn't it?
That's another thing I've thought about, too.
Reveal yourself.
The most useful actual power would be very boring. It's the kind of stuff you don't see in fiction, because nobody wants to see that. The power they show off in fiction is like... It's like, there's... I mean, that's flashy, and it's fun. You know. I'd probably indulge a little bit, I'll admit it. But real power is the stuff that you don't see. You know, like fixing the planet, as we just discussed. What? No, 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 no! And that was a misclick. Well, he didn't need that high ground anyways. It took me a moment to realize what he was doing. You had to say something, Consolot. Oh my gosh. So the giant spider skeleton is on fire. It's just inevitable. I think it's happened in almost every single combat for days now. It just happens.
I'm ready.
Now I want you to imagine. What? That is super not where I clicked. Oh, whatever. You get to die instead. I want you to imagine that you're just walking around and all of a sudden the earth shakes and from out of the ground beneath you, a 10-foot by 10-foot giant spider made of skeleton parts that is on fire erupts from the ground in front of you. Actually, truth be told, I probably would, Colgrim. Time needs to not be messed with. I'll mess with gravity, but time needs to be left alone. That's, no. Yeah, it's literally a golem thing. And again, as we discussed yesterday, that spider... I know it's kind of hard to tell because of how far the camera's in it. That thing is larger than my car is. So a car-sized... Yeah, we can kind of zoom into a more, like, reasonable height here. Of course, it's currently obscured by the foliage, but you get the idea. Like, there's a fully grown human being standing right next to it to get across the idea. No longer living, but you get the point. Fable? Fable isn't particularly dark. And that's ignoring the cheesiness. It's kinda dark, but, you know, it's only just... It's a little bit dark. And it's only dark because of the backstory that most people have never even heard of, which... I got several comments on my rumination like, what are you talking about? This isn't in the game. And it's like, well... Kinda isn't, yeah. That's the problem. We all know British stories are the darkest stories. Yeah, ironically, DOS 2 probably qualifies for Dragon Quest effect. Seemingly bright and silly and happy, you know, pseudo-cartoonish visual style, humor, British accents, talking cats, and it's absolutely horrifying on many levels. We haven't even talked about all the levels that are yet, and we're not going to because we're not there yet in the narrative. But all I'm going to say is that we have yet to unfold all of the levels of horribleness. And there are more. Yeah, I agree. DOS 2 is not... I guess I'll grab that. DOS 2 is not a universe I would want to live in unless it was at, like, tier 5. Alright, I suppose I'll take him to the north now. Yeah. Okay, so now that we've leveled... Man, screw that, Colgrim. I'll be the great demon lord. Or, I mean... Look, I'm not saying I want to be a demon lord. But given the choice... Still don't have anything to pick here. At some point, I need to pick something. There's nothing I really want. I have bad experiences with Glass Cannon. Basically, being a subject... Glass Cannon, in D&D terms, is effectively the same as playing a fighter with a wisdom score of -2 in D&D. Because, yeah, sure, you're awesome and you beat everything, but then the first time someone shows up with a low-level sleep spell, you're screwed. You know. That would be kind of awesome, admittedly, Cloudy. But unfortunately, we cannot summon hippos in this game without mods. Damn it, Vigilant. Wake up! Wake up! Screw it. Let's just get far out, man. That's at least useful. I have no idea what to get him now. I saw a couple melee abilities I might think about. If you make... Wait, I'm sorry, what, Gum Gum? You make a device that can grant you a wish, but you have to limit the wish? Like, if I, with my extremely limited nothing, can make a device that can grant a wish, then all that thing can do is put out a little text file that does nothing, because I don't have the ability to grant wishes. I know, shocking. I'm not a genie. Or a djinn. I might go with Sadist. Because that'll actually gel well with her torturer thing. So yeah, sure, let's go Sadist. For him. And what am I doing? Warfare. More damage. More damage. More crit chance. More damage. Getting more resistances. And dog, I think. Yep. And sure, get the range thing. Get the range thing. And Necromancer for an ability I don't even have yet. And crit. There we go. But now that we've leveled, it's time to do the most important thing of all. It's time to increase the power of the gloves of Tella. Where's the... Where is it? There. I can't level up the gloves of teleportation? Well, okay. You know what I can level up, though? Is the bucket. Yeah, no. I guess not, Colgrim. Wow. I mean, I'm still going to keep the gloves. Teleportation is more useful than stats, to be completely blunt. And I don't have the points to burn on arrow, or the memory to burn on arrow yet. See, I would go one step past that gum gun. I would make a pizza box, not a pizza. And what happens is you close the pizza box and you have to concentrate on it for a second. You open it up and the type of pizza you want's in there. And you clean out, you pull it out of the box, obviously. Because anything that's in the box is removed once you close it, which is also a way to get rid of stuff. Like if you want to throw stuff away. Just put it in the box, think about the pizza, open it, and the stuff you put in there is gone, and instead there's a pizza. So you gotta think about these little things.
Nothing to see here. Please move along.
Wow, you're super old.
I know it's doomed. All will die, and all will fall to ruin. You bring chaos here. You bring death. Leave me out of it. Leave me be.
Huh. You got it. It's more like an extremely limited replicator. Since it can only make pizza. And it's very small, so it can only make pizza of a certain size. Like, you couldn't make a 10-foot tall pizza because it literally wouldn't fit, so it would just return an invalid result and nothing would happen. Where am I taking this jackass? I guess that away? I'm gonna go ahead and admit something. My memories from basically this point onwards are a little bit more vague. Not counting a few specific story beats, which obviously have stuck with me. Oh, because a replicator's too much. You have to keep it low tier, Sheriff Yoda. Has to be low. Has to be mundane. That is a lot of seedlings. And a forest tiger. What's a... Okay. $2,000 snips. Congrats. Oh, no, okay, that is okay.
You do not look Black Ring. Explain yourself.
I'm God-woken.
The elf's deep golden eyes go wide. A strange smile dances across his mouth, and he starts to roar with laughter.
The gods chose you as their champion. Some bones past their prime.
Yeah.
Run home, little Godwoken. You find only death here.
Okay.
The elf grabs your arm as you turn, his grip iron. Looking back, you see that all the bravado has faded from his face, leaving only a deep sadness.
Should we be worried about what's going on over here? How did we just walk through the Shriekers?
Truly, you are so willing to walk away from your destiny. To turn your back on the world because you fear for your safety.
No.
You may proceed into the temple, but I pray the other Godwoken have more stomach than you.
Go away.
May Rallic ever
Go away. So these do not look friendly to me. Just saying. They're literally red. But, okay.
The bear gives you a serious look. She opens her mouth wide, her great fangs on display for you. Then she clears her throat.
Can I ask you a philosophical question?
Of course.
Okay then. If a tree falls in a forest and the whole place is covered in death fog, does anyone care?
Ah, you were hurt. Who hurt you?
I escaped. Thousands didn't. They barely had the time to scream.
I mean, people care. There's still people who care. I care.
She gives you a long, wet-eyed look. Her lip begins to tremble, which on a bear is an impressive sight. She tries not to cry.
I thought no one cared. I thought no one cared but elves and bears. This gives me hope, this does. Lots of hope. Oh, thank you.
With a sigh, she turns away.
The others seem to have made this place into a stronghold. This is where we part ways, I think. Thank you.
Can we please stop having conversations next to the giant lightning death?
I'll make sure that Pierce's sacrifice is recorded. It won't be forgotten.
What? Okay, thank you. I think I'm gonna get rid of these stupid things, just to get rid of the noise, God. Yeah, I'll make that trade-off. Infinite pizza or holographic meatloaf, but if it's holographic, you can't eat it. That would be torture. Oh, this looks so good. I want. There's no. That's like some torture, twisted Twilight Zone crap. That's awful. Why would you think about that? That is, yeah, that's just cruel. Good lord. You guys call me evil. Gum Gum is the real evil here. Here's this delicious meatloaf. I was gonna do something. I can't remember what. I'll have you know, I like a good meatloaf. Although, I'll admit, most meatloaf isn't good. But maybe I'm just picky, I don't know. It is possible my pickiness is to blame here. Yeah, I love imagining food and not actually eating it. I've never been there in my life multiple times. Fine, I won't take care of them yet.
The priestess is oblivious to you. Instead, she's locked in frantic, desperate prayer.
Almighty Duna, save your...
Blah, 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 blah.
Ho there, Hopeful. I belong to Tirsen Dilius. To whom are you sworn?
What do you have to trade? Oh, hey. Nothing new. Yeah, I'm probably going to grab Overpower. If that's true, I need to start grabbing more physical armor on him, but I can do that. For those of you not reading this, it does a big ol' hit, then it does poison damage, and then if my physical armor is higher than the opponent's, destroy all their physical armor. Also can knock down.
Bid ease, sister.
I think I might actually go ahead and grab that. Oh, hang on.
Hear my prayer. Save your children.
Useless.
Who do you sworn? Yeah, no. I'm sorry, but no. Is the answer to that. But who do you... Oh, Jesus, that's a 3 memory slot thing. I don't even need that. I don't even use that. I'm going to keep Thick of the Fight, even though I've never used it. I'm going to finally lose Cripple, I think. Just don't use it that much. But I am going to grab... Oh, wait. I need to lose one more thing. Screw it. I barely get any use out of that anyways at this point. It just doesn't have the reach it needs.
Bid ease, sister.
I swear there was a thing, it was probably in DOS 1, where you could increase the range of battering ram. And that actually made it worthwhile. Because this one caps off too quickly.
Useless.
Again, I might be thinking mods. As I've said before, this is going to be my first playthrough of this whole game without mods, so you know, that's amusing.
Bid ease, sister. We're safe now.
Hear my prayer. Save...
That might be what I'm thinking of, Colgrim.
Have you been to the temple of Zol Stissa? Is the King's Knight safe? Is Zol Stissa's chosen champion safe?
Temple's cool.
Good news, at least for now. I thank you for your kindness. I shall pray for my kin's deliverance.
He lowers his head, closes his eyes, and silently begins to pray.
So, he's the summoner and the pyro. Unpredictable projectiles from distant place strike target area, dealing random damage to... I actually already have Planar Gateway. Dealing random elemental damage to enemies or healing allies. If that wasn't a 3 cost... All summons and totems around you a status that prevents them from dying or disappearing when their life runs out. For 3 turns. Don't I have terrain transmute?
Bid ease, sister.
There's Planar Gateway, Supercharged, Dimension Bowl, which I don't even need, honestly.
Useless.
I don't.
Have you been to the temple of Zol Stissa? Is the King's Knight safe? Is Zol Stissa's chosen champion safe?
I might grab that, actually. There's a second infusion. There's a third infusion. Good morning, Blue Alcoholics.
Almighty Duna, hear my prayer. Save your children.
I don't know if I agree, Console Hot, but mostly because of the fact that you can respec at will, which does help to mitigate quite a bit, in my opinion. It's like, oh, this is pretty good. Let's raise this, and then you could literally just swap from one to the other like that. Actually, speaking of which, you're right, Consolette. I should give a gameplay positive for that. I didn't even think about that. I actually meant to a couple days ago and completely forgot to. So, plus to gameplay. I'm not actually joking. It's for the ease of respecking. The fact that you can just respec, and you can respec everything.
Hear my prayer. Save your children.
Now that being stated, 8 now, actually. I think I'm going to put into an aggregate negative that we're still building the idea of, well, one of those doesn't exist, and the other one is at least, you know, a physical object. So would I eat the air or synthetic paste? I'd probably go with the air because I don't trust that paste at all. We talked about the shotgun loot thing and how I'm not a fan of that, but I wasn't willing to give a full negative for it. I think I'm going to... See, the problem is this is effectively part of the... Help me debate this. Because this is kind of part of the inventory problem. Hey, here's a new ring. Well, hang on. Okay, let's check here. And okay, well, hang on. How about here? Okay, so that's kind of better than that one. Well, what about this one? Well, hang on. Let's go back. Is this better than this? And yeah, it is part of the inventory problem. Shotgunning loot isn't the problem per se. It's the fact that it's, frankly, kind of a pain to constantly check every single party member's thing and cross-check and say, okay, this is better here, but this raises this here, and maybe I should control swap this here, and yada, yada, yada. This is one of those problems that is admittedly mitigated by having multiple players. Because then each player just kind of tracks their own thing, right? However, even as I'm saying that, one of the things that we used to do regularly when we'd play this game is... So, let me give a hypothetical. Let's say we just got that ring, and I'd be like, okay, well, this is better than that. Okay, so I'll put that there, and I'll equip it. And then I would send the ring to him. And then he would check the ring and be like, okay, this is better than this. And he would send his... And we would... Basically, all of our leftovers we would toss back and forth until... until nobody wanted them. And so even then, we were still just kind of using two people to do the same job, but it was still the same irritation. See, the reason I'm thinking about this, Colgrim, is while this is an aspect of inventory, it's also something that is very important in RPGs, and that's the HUD. This is more specifically a problem with the HUD and with comparativeness when it comes to checking loot and seeing if it's worth a damn, especially on 4 characters simultaneously.
Save your children.
I could think of 2 other ways they could probably portray this where it would work a little bit better. I agree, Colgrim. But, like, for example, let's say I'm mousing over this stupid ring. Let's say they have a thing where you could hold down Shift. Obviously, this doesn't work. And as you hold down Shift, it pops up like a smaller, like an equivalent thing of that for the other party members. Now, you'd have to shrink these windows slightly, but you could do that. There's a lot of wasted space in that comparison thing right there. And so just hold down Shift and compare across everyone and be like, aha, for that person. And maybe have each panel be a little bit color-coded, or maybe, if you want to go completely crazy, and actually give the player some options here. Maybe make it so you can set a color for each party member. And so that color is like them on the mini-map instead of just being blue. And it's them when you see the pop-up, like here, so you can see that's red, so that's red, right? Or when it comes to like the text, which shows what's happening. And yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, Blue Felix. While there are plenty of newer and older games that have inventory hassle, looking at you, Baldur's Gate, I still think this is something that could be smoothed around. And the funny thing is, this wouldn't be an issue if A, the inventory was less of a pain, and or B, the game didn't shotgun loot at you so much. So what I think I'm going to do right now, as much as I hate to give more negatives to this beautiful, wonderful game, is I'm going to jot down a potential negative for right now. I'm going to debate this a little bit. Because what this is, I've talked about this concept before. This is multiple concepts which combined cause a problem. It's like the durability in Breath of the Wild, right? I talked about this during that review. It's not, the durability isn't actually the problem in Breath of the Wild. It's the way that the durability, the way you get items, the limited inventory space, and the usefulness of multiple different types of weapons exists in that game. Like, that game, it was multiple facets combining together that made the negative, not just the fact that durability exists by itself. Oh yeah, and also how quickly you would go through the durability. That's related to that as well. Thank you, Volcanto. Always and ever, sir. But you didn't say where you want to put it. And yeah, how long Breath of the Wild is, how relatively easy it is to build yourself into a corner, how disinclined you are to use the really good weapons, because they're only good for like 10 hits. You get it. Well, in my defense, Volcanto, I have to keep track of a lot of things in my show. So forgive me for not remembering that. But I will put that towards Valhalla. Plus, you might change your name. Mind. You won't change your name, but you might change your mind. A food I won't touch with a 50-foot pole? Yeah, black licorice. Oh my god, Reagan. But I like avocados. I do. My sister's the one who doesn't like avocados. Texture. Hell, I had a avocado salad last year as part of a Lord d'oeuvres. God, it was so good. Oh, I keep thinking about making it again because it was so good. But the crucial element is the avocados, and those are only good for like 2 months in the year, so. Because Zalok kept pushing the idea that avocados should be a command. So I made avocado a command just for him. And that's the command. That's all. So it's the HUD, the shotgunning, the inventory. I feel like there was a fourth aspect of that.
Hear my prayer. Save your children.
Oh, no, there is one other thing, actually. We've actually talked about this before, and this is related to the same problem. Hey, here's a quest reward. Is it better than this item for this other party member? That's a good question, because there's no way to check, unless you have another player.
Useless.
There we go. Honestly, as I'm talking that out, I don't know why I'm debating that. That is a negative. Just all of that combined is easily and effortlessly a negative. So Wong. In my defense, I did give 3 positives to co-op. 3. But yeah, I do agree. This game was clearly designed with co-op in mind. Not that I mind. Quite the contrary. Brown sugar on avocados?
Heavens be. I haven't seen anything like this since the death fog struck.
There might be nothing left like this in the world. Not since Lucian used the death fog on the elves.
I know, Sierra Mike. Like I said, I said this walking into this. This game's going to be a big... That's also why I started color coordinating things, is because I need to help keep track of that crap. Go ahead and grab Rallying Cry. I think that's it for right now. Yeah. So, Black Licorice will non-jokingly, literally make me vomit. It is, so gross that it triggers my gag reflex hard. If that answers you, Gum Gum. It's probably the fennel thing. This is something I'm only recently becoming aware of. Oh, I love avocados, S.A. Ross. It is a shame how infrequent it is, but whatever. Okay, so we've got Warp Infusion, Power Infusion. I should swap those. Warp Infusion, Power Infusion, Farsight Infusion, and Shadow Infusion. Okay. You'll have to let me know how terrible it is to look, or hopefully awesome. Okay.
Protect the bishop no matter the cost.
I am at the ready.
What's going on?
Magisters, lower your weapons. Gareth.
Hi, Alexander.
I will have your head, Seeker.
Be at ease, Magister Rowe. Weapons down.
So I've already decided this, but I can't remember if I said this out loud. I think I'm going to go out of my way to not kill Alexander this playthrough. Just because I'm curious how that's going to go. And because I've never done that.
Gareth, I have done you a grave injustice. I was deceived, and I was too weak, too naive to see it.
Hang on, what do you have to sell, Alexander? Oh, I'm trading with Gareth. I was about to say, this doesn't look right.
Alexander holds his hands outwards towards Gareth, his blade resting flat across his palms, a gesture of goodwill and peace.
If you want to kill Alexander, you've got my back. Hang on. It's all right, Gareth. Let's talk for right now. We do have bigger concerns right now.
Godwoken, have you come to witness the death of the noble coward? How fortunate. You can tell the tale of Lucian's other wayward son.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Amusing you should defend this slug's life on the basis of his ignorance. Have you seen the terror this man has wrought? Have you forgotten of the purgatory he threw you into? Have you forgotten what he has taken from me? My friends, my parents, my life, a life dedicated to service at his father's side.
I really hate to point this out, but that's more on Dallas than it is on Alexander. She's the one running the organization, and she's the one pushing it into what it is. Alexander's a moron, who is a child, but he's not Dallas.
I've forgotten nothing.
Alexander, you are the sinner, yet the gods have allowed us to suffer for it. I would kill you 100 times over if given the chance.
Okay, so Gareth, chill. Alexander is not Damien.
Gareth looks to you, then to Alexander. He digs his teeth into his lower lip until blood seeps out from the tender skin. The silence is thick, yet neither Gareth nor Alexander move.
You are not Damien. You are not Damien. Damien, my sins have been as great as yours, Alexander. I've just been too blind to see them. It's just your father. You could forgive Alexander when I could not, Godwoken. I hope you show me the same kindness. I will meet you aboard the Lady Vengeance when you are ready.
I don't know which one you're referring to, von Falkenstein, but we do know that the 7 were Eternals. As of this moment. But there's a few other key facts we don't know yet. Key important facts. Oh no, we don't know anything about Dallas. She's a twit who's pure evil.
Keep your hands where I can see him. Bishop Alexander's our responsibility. We ain't no seekers. We'll die protecting him.
Okay.
She gives you a cool and steady look, then turns away.
That seeker was out for my blood. You have most impressive skills of persuasion, sorcerer.
Aren't you supposed to be dead?
No. Quite the opposite, in fact. I am more alive than ever. I walk in my father's footsteps, and soon I shall become the divine.
You're an idiot, Alexander. So you don't know how to access the council?
I do, and plainly you do not. Godwoken you might be, but you are not worthy of becoming divine. Every word you speak betrays the fact. Only I have the will, the strength to do what is necessary. And now that those traitors, Dallas and Friedemann, have no influence over me, the way forward is clear.
What happened between you and Dallas?
She had her accomplice, Friedemann, pose as someone who could train me how to master my God-woken powers. But it was a lie. They sought to hinder, not help. While I was being occupied by Friedemann, Dallas began taking over the Order. I confronted them once I returned from the Hall of Echoes, and the pair of them tried to kill me. They must be Black Ring agents, tasked with preventing me from ascending. They won't succeed, though. I know what needs to be done, and I have good, loyal Magister and Paladin companions to help me see that it is done.
What makes you think you're so special?
I was born for this duty. As long as he lived, my father groomed me to take his place, to speak for the gods.
You realize it doesn't work that way, right?
And make no mistake, divinity is a duty, not a reward. Others may be able to claim the mantle, but only I can shoulder the burden, the responsibility.
Okay, if I ever feel bad again about wanting power, I can just remember this asshole, and I feel a lot better about myself.
You're thinking the same thing. Alexander wants to be the new divine.
Far be it from me to judge the plain and simple mind that dwells within that man's skull, but no. Simply no.
Divinity requires a certain strength of character this whippersnapper woefully misses.
He hardly has his father's qualities. Besides, he's not to be trusted.
Yeah, he hasn't used Death Fog on anybody.
Didn't that guy pretty much invent Fort Joy? Imagine him as the divine.
Truth be told, no, Golgrim. Funnily enough. He doesn't have one, von Falkenstein. He's, his presumption of divinity is by virtue of being the son of the previous divine. But it astonishingly doesn't work that way. How Warcraft had an entire plotline about a similar concept with the Guardians. It's an elected title, you know? It's not... whatever. He's dumb. Fish swim. You get it.
Have you been to the Temple of Solstissa?
I am not talking to you. I have actually already talked to you twice. Really tempted to get rid of the Shriekers, but let's hold off for the moment. I have the ability to, if I need to. No, I can't think of a show that does that off the top of my head, Zactown. I'm sure there's one somewhere, I just can't think of it. Taxation without representation. I mean...
The bunny gives you a dazed look, like he's not all there.
Yeah, wow, what a shock, yeah.
You alright?
Huh? What? Oh, hi. So, yeah, hey, here's the thing. Don't get too close to the sticky out thing with the shape thing near the door. Thing's dangerous. What a shock. Bye.
We're not there yet, on Falkenstein. That hasn't been revealed yet.
Two black-ring wargs, heaving, stinking mounds of gristle and malice, play like puppies with a large crimson gem.
Boars. Away. Now.
Ah, okay. Well, you want me to pet them? Okay, fine.
The wargs toy with the crimson...
You die!
There, I pet the warg. Just for you. Now, they're gonna die. Are you happy? Have you accomplished your goal of murdering these poor, innocent wargs who are trying to kill me for the crime of petting them? Screech, screech, ah! Let this be a lesson. Never love anything. I've only seen bits and pieces of it, Zactact. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. Yeah, so this is my spatial elemental. Hi, Mr. Red. Okay, so now we have Whirlwind, Battering Ram, Tactical Retreat. Nice. Trading Places. Ranged Attack, which hits like a truck. Chameleon Cloak, which is obvious. And Corrupted Blade, which is a big hit that also sets Decay and Diseased. Damn. You can also swap with the Summoner. That's what the Trading Places is. Yes, I mostly just wanted to see what all those buffs did. I was quite curious. And then S.A. Ross is like, oh, I hate you. Which, I don't blame you, S.A. Ross. Alien life essence? That's interesting.
You wonder if this is what you think it is. An imp-built pocket realm. Within the Crimson Crystal, a galaxy of stars seems to twinkle, and beyond the stars lies a strange and wondrous realm. It's as you'd hoped.
Thank you, Seras, very, very much. I don't suppose you know where you want that to go? Lufia too, you got it.
The stars swirl and move, and form a face, the face of an imp.
Looky, looky, looky here! What's red and black and blue all over?
I know this is a pointless riddle, so cut to the point or I'll smash you with a rock.
Oh! Righty, 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 right! Oh, very righty, right! Come inside!
The face dissolves, and the stars begin to swirl. And so too does your head, as you are taken to...
an imp realm.
I've always wanted to see an impish pocket realm.
One of the other more...
This is fascinating.
One of the other more direct references to DOS 1 here. Of which I think we're up to like 3 total.
The machine is manipulating time itself. I'm in a hurry here.
Oh no, Seras, not at all. That's how many of you have already shown interest in it. If it makes you feel any better, you're not the only person to think that. Recently, even. Don't fall. You won't like falling.
A chicken is not the answer. Answer search continues.
Aha. Yeah, the permanent slow effect is not exactly making me happinated here. Yeah, but I felt like I was missing something. I guess I'm not, really. Alright, whatever. No, they're just another of the races, Geludo. But they tend to kind of do their own thing, completely separate from the other mortal races, because the Faco that birthed them is not as horrifically evil as the other Facos. I know, low bar, but it's still true. So the imps are allowed to, you know, do their own thing a little bit more than all the other races. Kinda, yeah, Savacom. I mean, there's decent folk in this game, in this setting, I should say. But most of the high-tier stuff? No. Ah, there it is. I knew there was another one. after. It's going to take a minute because this is a heavy crate. Hello. Thinking. You don't like crate puzzles? Emergency protocol. In case of interdimensional meltdown, deactivate the core to ensure continuity of existence. We would urge all who come into contact with the core to exert caution, as many rely on existence to exist. For more intimate views of the end of existence, we suggest following the pipes. The best part is, they're not joking. Imps. Honestly, probably among my favorite races in this setting. Yeah, all the races are good. I noticed as I was saying that I had to also add elves and lizards to that, but...
An acorn is not the answer, but it may be close. Closer than a chicken, at least. Answer search continues.
You hear that, Laura? I mean, I don't know how, but I'm sure we could figure out some way, Gum Gum. Even if only for a second before all the ink plummets and covers the ground. Did you have to? Was that mandatory? Grab that one. Always use more fire. Apparently. I mean, terrain's a good way to go, but I'm not sure inking is the solution there. Well, you don't like exploding poison? Damage. Gotta cheat a little bit here. Okay, that got a smile out of me. I forgot about that.
A dream is not the answer. Answer search continues.
Yeah, I think that's save worthy. I've been kind of avoiding saving because I wasn't sure, but you know. That's death fog. That's just death fog everywhere. Look, that's just death fog. That's just death fog. Oh wow, it got us too. How did it get us? Oh well. Death fog and lava. When you know really just kind of want to kill everything. Go up to the last boss. Hey, what's up, Death Fog and Lava? Ah! Yeah, emergency flush valve, specifically.
Hostile threat detected. Executing operator extirpation in 3, 2...
It's the core. Most horrifying thing known to mankind. It's okay, I got this. Oh yeah, 0 damage.
Extirpation aborted. Returning to primary task. On touching the glowing ball of light, text appears before your eyes. Threat de-escalated. Returning to primary task. Answer search running.
What's the question?
What is the universe?
Have you found the answer yet?
Answer not yet found. Search incomplete. Estimated search time, 358,910,227 years.
That's a couple days.
Estimated search time, 358,910,227 years.
The imps are dead.
Abnormal seismic activity threatened primary task operations. Operator sabotage suspected. To protect core functionality and data retention, first-level security measures were activated. Operator submitted override string. Large quadrupeds are playing with the framing device. The likelihood of quadrupeds having the capacity of play was calculated at 1 in 2. The likelihood of an operator lying about quadrupeds shaking the framing device was also calculated at 1 in 2. Operator's manner and language indicated hostility to the machine.
I did threaten to smash you.
Operator was identified as most likely primary threat. Extirpation was deemed the safest and most logical action. Threat de-escalated, returning to primary task. Answer search running.
My B. Thank you, TSB. As ever. As always, thank you. But you didn't put that towards anything, and there's no comment. So all I can say is thank you. Cursed flame, which will fork on impact 5 times. Oh yeah, I actually already have that scroll. I think. I have that book. I don't have that scroll. I'll take that scroll. Could always use more scrolls. he'll put that on. That's a hell of an upgrade. Look at that. Yeesh. Mass Effect 3 I can do. Thank you again. Where am I? Actually, yes, Golgor.
Infinity is not the answer. Answer search continues.
Aw, the universe is not infinity. Who knew?
You reach out to touch the altar. Its cold surface a curious foil to the thrumming and clanging metal that surrounds you.
Hang on.
Your vision clouds, your head swims, and when the fog clears, you are still standing in the Imp Temple. You look around in confusion. This doesn't seem right. There's a cough behind you. Turning, you see Zanteza. Not some allegorical figure, not some awe-inspiring god, just her. She's leaning against one of the struts on the platform, taking you in.
Moon!
Oh, it's good to see an Eternal that looks like a normal person again.
Yes, the others have become a little dramatic. Still, we are gods, and gods will have their games. So, I'll admit if I'm telling the truth or lying if you disown Armadia.
Deep within, you can feel your god stirring, hissing like a snake.
My god.
Oh, make no mistake. I'm not asking you to support me at the Wellspring. Just not to be beholden to her. To think for yourself. To make choices that you think are right. Not what some half-dead god demands.
And this is why Zantessa is the most decent of the seven. Pretty much in a nutshell. I mean, there's other things that she did that's less terrible, but... Could you get her out of me?
Nope. Your barnacle is stuck there. But you have the chance to go your own way, to make your own choices. I know what your god has asked you to do. The choices he's forced you to make.
She.
Was it right? Can you truly say it was worth it?
Yeah, no, let's do it. I renounce Amadia.
The anger that you felt just a moment ago, the unchained rage of your god, turns to ice in your bones. You can feel rage becoming something verging on hate. The quiet inner voice that you have almost gotten used to is silenced, and you feel your god withdrawing, retreating, locking itself away somewhere you cannot reach.
Thank you! I haven't laughed like that in many centuries.
Her form melts away to smoke, leaving nothing but a platform bathed in light from a huge, bright moon.
Thank you, Zantessa. It's probably the only altar we're actually going to do right there, by the way. I think this is positive territory. Who's with me? Even more positives. Actually, I'm going to map this out a little bit weirdly, but I'm still getting the positive. I'm thinking about how I want to implement that. It's definitely getting just a straight positive story, though.
Before you
sorry.
stands a shrine of a particularly strange design.
BC, Mr. Red. Sorry. I answered you in my head, and I was in the middle of a cutscene.
You've seen machinery like this before, in the cave beneath the Black Pits. Here, too, the apparatus thrums with power and seems to pull you in.
Okay. Pretty much where I left. So which one of them gives you the permanent source cost?
Looks like those Black Ring made a lethal enemy.
I mean, that just screams Amadia to me, but...
You approach an undead standing proud at the lip of a broken bridge. Understandably fearless of the fatal drop, she gazes into the lava sputtering below. Turning to you, she motions to the Black Ring corpses at her feet.
Good riddance to bad rubbish, eh? Only thing I like less than Black Ring are trolls.
I don't know, I think I'd take trolls over Black Ring.
God-woken, are you?
Yeah?
Easy. I see it on you like an aura. I see such things, for I am the Watcher. And I seek such things, for I am a seeker.
You one of Siva's people?
The Meister.
She bats one skeletal hand in a truly derisive fashion. Her crackling laugh sounds like dry leaves whirling in the wind on an autumn night.
The Meister's ragtag band are but a pale imitation of the tradition they sought to revive. I am one of the original Seekers. We swore to be Knights of the Council, Guardians of Godwoken, and Defenders of Divinity. Together, we failed. But still, I try. Alone. Unless...
I like the options here. Option 1, take the bait. Unless what? Option 2, wait silently, one eyebrow raised. Option 3, take her musings in another direction. Unless I kill you!
The Knight of Duna has been cursed. Void runs through his veins where source once flowed. I am sworn to protect the Council and all within it. But that same oath renders me unable to lift a blade against him. Release the Knight's good spirit from his corrupted shell, Godwoken. Do this, and I will gift you with the last standard of the original Seekers. If you seek ascension, it could help you greatly in the trials along the way.
Yeah, sure, I'll help you.
My thanks. And the thanks of Duna's Knights, too. In life, I knew him well. He would hate to be like this. Believe me, you would be releasing him from torment. Please do.
Yeah, sure thing. You're a level 17. That's actually really impressive. I mean, the undead of... Well, okay. In this and in Dragon Commander, the undead are shown reasonably okay, so I guess that's not too surprising. Do I not have Transmute Terrain? I swear that was a poly ability. No, unfortunately, Mr. Red. Truth be told, unlike Forgotten Realms, most of the levels are not in lore in this setting. Yeah, true enough, Juniper Owen. It is poly, right? Transmute Terrain? Because I swore I had that. No, Zilok. I keep asking people in chat to not spoil it because that hasn't even come up yet. I'm pretty sure that's going to be Act 3. It is a poly spell. Where's the poly vendor here? Does anyone remember? I'm just heading back to talk to everyone, but that is the goal, Mr. Red. We're going to be Sir Buckethead for the remainder of the game.
Speak, Godwogen, but be sharp. Time passes.
Save your children.
Over here, maybe? Very true, as that would come.
Perhaps you'd like to trade.
That's
Find something to safeguard your...
I mean, that is poly, but, I think I'm gonna grab that. Totems of the Necromancer. Apotheosis. Source. The cost of all source is modified by 3 source points. All farming match is increased by 4, but it costs 3! Oh, whatever. But not what I'm really looking for. Is summon alien... Ah, there it is, that's the one. Do I have that? Ah, whatever. I got the money. I've been building up money this whole friggin' game, kind of for this sort of stuff, so... You know, screw it. I already know this skill. Damn it! Well, that sucks. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Why does it keep giving me Sucker Punch? I don't want Sucker Punch. And then... Oh, whatever. I do want that, though. Totems of the... In fact, I'll drop that. I'm going to keep Blood Rain, because I got a thing that's going with it. I'm going to drop Armor, too. I might just drop Rain at this point, since we have Blood Rain now. I'll grab that. Totems of... Can go right there. Where's the fuck I just got? I swore I just bought it. There it is. Just for right now. Okay.
His lascivious eyes flick over you to skin-crawling effect.
Vulnerable flesh.
Blah, blah, blah. Here, sell... Take this back. I didn't actually want it. What are you?
A distant place called Nemesis. I couldn't resist the lure of this world, though. Such bloodshed and despair truly does loosen purse strings.
No, Eseros.
Make trade. The creature runs a black tongue across its maw while staring at you hungrily. For a brief moment, you see row upon row of jagged teeth stretching right back to its gullet.
Where'd you come from?
A distant, hungry place. Your war draws me. Make trade, or leave.
Hey, there's Hailstorm. That... Wow! That does a lot of damage. probably don't need them at this point. I will grab those, though. No, the teal outline means it's a source ability. Speaking of which... God, I need more memory slots for once. I might actually have to level her memory next. Is that everything? It does appear to be everything. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's go save this poor knight, shall we? But first I want to do something stupid. For no reason, really. Anyways. And she's dead. There's apparently a few encounters where if you really spend the time and just slowly transport lava from one end of the map to the other, that the encounter stops being an encounter and starts being a comedy show. I'm not going to name names, but there's a few specific, you know, major bosses where it's like, hi, and lava. Yes, we're not actually going to kill her. That's really evil. Just wanted to show off what translocating lava will do. Excuse me. Okay. Where are you going? It does count as a kill if you do it during a fight, yeah. Wordless aura. Huh. I mean, long hair.
Not what they signed up for, I bet.
What? The cooldown's even relatively slow or quick on it, which is just even funnier. Let's just get the lava as close as we can. There we go. Wait until that finishes cooling down. Or we've left driblets of lava as we go. I suppose that makes sense.
A black ring captain stands before you. She looks remarkably ordinary, you think, as far as black ring go. But then you hear a voice inside your head.
Tell me who you are, dead one, or I will take your unlife, and do not doubt me, for I tell the truth.
I imagine her dancing drunk in the moonlight. Actually, I tried to trade with her first.
Her expression does not change. She cannot read your mind, but you can read her face, and you see she grows impatient.
Tell me who you are, dead one.
Well, you're Black Ring. So, that should be good. Wait, what? Nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? I gotta wait again. Everyone, go back around the fire. It's really cold. It's really cold. You need to bundle up. Get together for body warmth. Get near the fire. Please. Please. Oh, come on. They're like, it's Rome over here. Yeah, I'll give it one more pattern. If he doesn't move in this movement, screw it. Wow, that... They've got to be on the barest edges of that lava right there. That is hysterical. Let me make this more clear. Wow, that didn't pull me into combat.
Obey him. Honor him. Feed him.
Well, okay. What? Alright, let's finish our conversation. So, who I am is of no concern to yours.
When she speaks inside your head, her words have weight, as if they force themselves into your mind, whether you would let them or not.
Tell me who you are, dead one.
Alright, fine. Sign of the Lone Wolf.
The sign is good, so kill the divine pigs and kill the Godwoken, kill them all, and then perhaps you die and rise again.
You have issues. You might want to avoid that lava that's right next to you, though. I don't know where it came from. But, okay, she is straight up immune to the lava. She's walking on it. You seeing that? I call foul. Now I'm going to teleport you directly onto the lava. Which does nothing. She is just immune to lava. I need to get whatever armor she has. Jesus. Right. Well, whatever. How did you live through that? Whatever. She has joined the Lava Immunity Initiative. Well, she's dead. Thank you, Shadow Machine, as always. Halo Wars 2, you got it. Oh god. So, I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure the don't walk on lava thing that's part of the pathfinding didn't exist in DOS 1. Because not only did me and my friend walk over lava multiple times on accident, but the first time we ever died to it, we didn't recognize, like, we didn't realize what had died. Like, what happened. Because what happened is, like, you picked the move, like, you do the move, and then we panned the camera away to figure something else out, and all of a sudden just death! And it was just like, wait, what? What happened? We were actually confused, because, you know, we died. What are you doing?
The dreamer's eyes do not see you. His mind is elsewhere, locked in a dark rapture as he torments the Magister.
But,
The Magister cowers, oblivious to you. The dreamer is twisting her own mind into a maze of her worst nightmares.
They're crawling. They're crawling under my skin. Get them out!
7 shall be put right, thanks to the God King.
Right. Yep, he's gonna save us all. Saved. Smash News would be the center square, Zalok, because that's the obvious thing. You're free!
Even though her tormentor is dead, the Magister is still paralyzed with fear. Her mind is gone.
Mama! I want Mama!
Oh, I tried. Yeah, see how they deliberately went around the lava there? I am 90% certain they didn't do that in DOS 1. That sucked. I don't know what else, though, Zalok. I, truth be told, hadn't thought about it. Now that's an interesting point. Here's an odd question for you. Do you think the pathfinding of StarCraft 2 would get a positive? I remember the pathfinding in StarCraft 2 quite well. It does have a flaw, but only the one. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, because the pathfinding in StarCraft 1 will get a negative. But I was just thinking, this game has legitimately good pathfinding, ignoring the fact that it actually has just generally good pathfinding, like most games does. It also knows how to avoid certain types of terrain. That's why I ask about StarCraft 2, which is the only other game I could think of off the top of my head that has something, similarly well designed. Yeah, it will also choose poison for undead. I could see that being neutral rather than positive, admittedly. Which is fine, because, obviously, the same applies here. But, what am I doing? What am I doing? You. Red. Yeah, pathfinding, there really is only so much you can do, and frankly, I think StarCraft 2 and this game kind of peak when it comes to pathfinding. Both are excellent, but otherwise have one flaw to them. In this game, there's the tendency of the pathfinding to not understand how to move when something that is under its control is also in the way, which can lead to blockage, which I've actually already run into several times.
Statues coming to life?
Okay. Just ignore that then, I suppose. It's just kind of a whatever. And yes, it is a good time for a stretch break. As soon as we get, like, a cutscene somewhere. Give me a cutscene. Or music, or something. Nothing? Yeah, DOS 1 would get a negative for pathfinding. Most older RTSs, like the overwhelming majority of older RTSs, will get a negative for pathfinding. Everyone memes about, you know, Dragoons and Goliaths in StarCraft, but the pathfinding in general in StarCraft Original is actively antagonistic towards strategy. It involves herding cats to get across tactics, which for some reason some people want. I guess that's just preference, or maybe accommodation, I don't know, but that is what it is. Hey look, more lava. Can't zoom in anymore.
With great armored fists, the Knight of Duna pounds his own helmet rhythmically. The helmet is buckled inwards in places. Rivulets of blood trickle from beneath the visor.
Come, hear my joke.
What is it that I guard?
The Temple of Duna?
Ah! Wrong! I guard nothing. Do you hear me? Nothing! He showed me.
He leans forward. Glimpsed beneath the crumpled helmet is a mangled face and crazed, unblinking eyes.
It's all a joke. There's nothing to guard. Only...
So anyways. Come to your senses, sir. I cured you.
The Knight of Duna's features slacken. He looks almost calm. But the moment passes, and his maniacal scowl creeps back.
No more talking, hear me? There's only one way this will end.
I mean, I have the means to cure you. I feel like I already have.
The knight bows his head and exhales. When he looks up once again, there's something different in his eyes. A passing flicker of lucidity.
A passing flicker?
Godwoken, I see you now. Pray to the altars. Don't let the void consume the world.
I mean, that is kind of the goal, yeah.
The madness will return. I won't let myself become a danger to you. Farewell.
You don't have to kill yourself. You... Okay.
The knight's spirit is altogether more composed than his late corporeal form. His helmet rests in the crook of his arm, revealing an august, dwarven face, creased with worry.
I had to end myself, Godwoken. Death was the only salve for the madness foisted upon me. But these fiends resurrect those they have use of. Please, consume my spirit. I don't want to come back. I don't want to be their slave.
You want me to eat... No.
Please, I failed my duty and let myself be corrupted. Now I'm just a potential weapon to be used against you. Grant me oblivion. I beg you.
I'd kind of rather not, if that's an option. He is begging me to erase him from existence. I'm kind of in a weird spot there. I'm actually a little torn there. Like, you know me, I'm a big advocate of, you know, safe, sane, consensual suicide. And yeah, he's right. The people around here can and will, you know, enslave souls. And he is currently sane, right? He's no longer mad, so... Okay. Sorry.
The spirit offers a stoic nod, accepting his fate.
Thank you. Look to the altars for guidance.
Carved onto the face of the altar is a dedication. In honor of Duna, patron of the dwarves. Long may their mountain halls stand as a testament to him.
Oh god, which one was Duna's? There's one other one I'm not gonna do. And I don't remember what it was. Nope, it's Tyrosendelius is the other one I'm not going to do.
Hard stone melts into cool water at your touch. Before you stretches a lake, or rather, a mire. The waters are fetid and rotten, the air filled with choking miasma.
I don't remember... I actually don't remember any bless in dialogue options, but I don't want to miss out on that.
Through the dense fog, Duna, god of dwarves, you stand in the dim...
Yeah, no, we're going to back away from that. I don't want to lose the ability to hug someone at the end of the game, if you know what I mean. So Duna can go to hell. Rarely have I meant that so literally. Okay, let's get out of here. What's up, Carwelis? Hugs for life, yo. Hug crew represent. It's a reference to Pathologic 2, which, if you die too often, they... Because I don't want to lose the ability to hug people, Carwelis. If you die too many times, you lose the ability to hug someone at a crucial moment in the story. And it's presented as this little thing, but, I mean... Need I say more? Pathologic 2, Tarhuntas.
Ah, God-woken. You have succeeded where I could not. Please accept this with my thanks, and the thanks of all those I served alongside. The blessings of the original Seekers upon you.
She hands you a small yet heavy trinket, crafted of tarnished metal. Though cold, it feels comforting to the touch, like a worry stone or a familiar childhood toy.
Or Hailstorm, which I already bought. Hey, look. A normal helmet. And she's... Look at her helmet. That is a normal freaking hood. She's just... Look at her outfit. What is wrong with you? Okay, whatever. We're done. We're done. We're cool. Everything's cool here. Look, it's not my fault their outfits suck, okay? I didn't ask them to dress up in the latest hobo fashion. The truth is, if you're not aware, this is straight up Diablo 2 style. In short, there's like tiers of equipment, and regardless of the specific item, it just shows that tier for that person. So like how plate armor on a necromancer will look different than plate armor on a barbarian, the same concept here. That's the idea. It's a good idea when you have lots and lots of gear and you don't want to spend too much time and money on art assets for all the different outfits. As much as I love WoW, their art team is overworked to hell and back because of how much they have to design each piece of artwork to mesh to every single model in the game that can wear armor, which is not just the playable races, too. Are you coming? Apparently you're not gonna come here. Listen, I'm trying to help them, Cashel. We've got new outfits. It's cool. We've got outfits. We're at 50% completion. At 100% completion, we'll get them better outfits.
You suddenly hear something in the distance. A strange tune. Sabine freezes. It's her Scar song. The master is near.
Yeah, we're not going to make it, Colton.
He's close. We must turn back now. Or he'll have me under his thrall once more. I need to find someone I can trust enough to share the Scar song with. It's the only way.
Well...
How may I help you?
So, the Scar thing?
And I remember saying I'd probably never tell you.
That's okay.
Then again, why not? I suppose some stories were always meant to be told.
It's up to you.
So, here goes. No, hang on.
She retrieves a small flask from her backpack, uncorks it, and takes a big swig. Tears stream from her eyes as she offers you the flask.
They're tears of joy, I assure you. Here, have some joy.
Sure.
You drink. It burns. Soon the tears run down your cheeks as well.
Not bad, is it? So good it has us crying like babies. Now then, the epic of The Master and the Scar. Sounds like a melodramatic opera. There was, of course, some singing involved. It began when I woke in the dark room. He removed my blindfold, and still I did not see. He himself was darker than any shadow, but I could hear him. Hear him give orders to another. Stingtail. How he came to regret the actions he performed that day. The Master bid the dream a dream, and so he did. He sat there. I could feel his hands upon my cheeks. He trembled, as if in pain. I didn't know what was going on until quite suddenly, his right hand became a flame. I screamed as he traced the design of the scar into my searing flesh, but I could not move, not an inch. And all the while the Master looked on in darkest silence.
Yeah, he's not a fun guy.
Oh, like all good things in life, one has to experience these things firsthand. So, once the scarring was over, and the pain began to fade, the training began. With words, whistles, snaps of the fingers even, the Master could make me obey his every command. Young, strong, smart. You know I don't exactly lack in qualities. Didn't take him long to train me in the arts of stealth, subterfuge, and assassination. It shakes me little now, all too little. But that first time, that first real kill, it was such stuff as nightmares are made on. I had now lived in the dark for what might as well have been years. I was in a wood, but the trees there were sick. Grey, leafless hydras sticking out of ashen earth. There were no stars that night. She sat, shivering beside a fire. I was nervous. I had to chase her. My hand hated itself, tried to resist, but there is no resisting the Master's song. My stabs weren't as mercifully exact as they should have been. I had to bring down the needle again and again as her screams flooded the forest with terror. When it was done, I crawled back to the Master, broken, crept back into the box, and through its cold black lid, he told me I had done well. Next time, I'd do better. You understand me completely. With the needle, I'll kill him. And with the needle, I'll strike his name from my skin. The bastard will be Master no longer.
But apparently I don't have access to do your quest right now? Which is very confusing. I was just... Okay, we'll talk to... Oh, hello.
Sabine slides her hand in yours. Makes your heart skip a beat with her particularly coquettish smile.
I've something I need to tell you.
Yeah, what's up?
She scrapes her throat, hesitates, almost as if she's a bit nervous. There's a first.
I'm afraid you're going to accuse me of killing the mood, but the thing is, I need to talk to you about the Master.
Is something they miss, other than the fact that he's literally in audio range? He's like 10 feet that way.
No, not anymore.
Okay, it's probably more like 30 feet.
So I hope. My dear, sweet Fane, I've grown to trust you more than I've trusted anyone since I've had names on my skin.
I mean, That is actually a great honor. I'll take that.
Wasn't easy, I know. Come, sit down with me for a moment.
I would, but your outfit looks so terrible.
You both sit down, cross-legged, knees to knees, hand in hand. Suddenly, a melody. Sabine sings a song, haunting in its simplicity. She uses no words, sounds rather. It's beautiful, yet somehow menacing.
This is my Scar song. It's all the Master needs to make me his slave once more, unless your voice opposes his.
I should probably mention, because there's one other time in fiction where I've pointed this out. This is an astonishing show of trust. I'm not sure there's anyone in the world I would trust with a key, metaphorical or literal, that allows them total mental control over me. That's a huge deal. We brought this up in Witcher 3. Geralt's friend, whose name I can't remember right now, where he completely trusted Geralt to allow... I'm trying to jump around some of the specifics, but it was a big freaking deal. You know, his trust of Geralt in that situation was extreme, and shows a large amount of that kind of connection between people.
I will soon confront him, with you by my side. My life and my liberty I place in these soft, strong hands of yours. Will you sing?
You're damn right I will.
Good answer.
Her cat's eyes close as she bends forward to hug you.
Hug.
You embrace. It's sweet and wonderful. You wish it could last forever.
My word.
That's true. I am terrible, and I do suck. I'm sorry, Swerby. Thank you for revealing the truth to me, as the internet does every day. I don't know what I would do without the internet, and its unending ability to inform me of how much I suck. Give me a moment. I will put that towards Bug Fables. Yes, Regis. I'm referring to Regis. There we go.
You both get up and smile to one another warmly. When you hear a sound in the distance and turn to look, Sabine pats you affectionately on the bottom.
Adventure calls, but I say we do this again sometime.
Okay, now, here's the thing. I kind of need a spoiler answer here. Is this the last time we can encounter the Shadow Prince? Or is this the first of 2 encounters? Because there's a thing that hasn't happened yet. And I haven't decided if I want to have it happen, and I don't know if it's mutually exclusive. I'm sorry you're dealing with that, Papa Neeks. I hope your blackouts are at least planned. I have no idea, Juniper Ron. So, I'm specifically referring to the dragon thing, because Shadow Prince is part of his story arc as well, if you remember Red Princes. But I don't know. Like, I'm admittedly working off of kind of vague memories here, but I swore there's an option to summon a dragon in the middle of this fight, which is part of Red Prince's arc. A lava on this stupid island, isn't there? Well, that's something, at least, Pavanakes. I am sorry you're having to deal with it, though. No, okay. You're dreaming things. Well, let's just save and see what happens here.
One step, then another, ever closer. You can tell from her bearing, Sabine has never been so ready to kill, so on the brink of impending action. She's like a cat, all concentrated muscle, that split second before it pounces. Another step, ever closer. The moment has finally come. She's found the master. The eyes of predators meet.
Sabine,
He snaps his fingers, and she involuntarily snaps to attention.
Here you go, breaking my heart.
That's the plan, mastermind.
I mean, yeah, that is kind of the goal.
He sighs, sadly.
I don't begrudge you your freedom, Sabine. Your escape relieved me of having to witness your death by your own hand. The inevitable last command. I would have watched you, like I have all this time, glad to see you live, sometimes even laugh. I'm very fond of you, you know.
That's why I was going to have you murder yourself.
The feeling's not quite mutual.
Not yet.
Another snap. Different fingers, different sound. She looks to the ground. She's bowing before him.
Utter control. The tool of a tyrant, you think? But you're mistaken.
So, to go back to our earlier discussion, if I had absolute power, this is the kind of crap I would never do.
Let me indulge you with an explanation. Everything I do for a much greater good. The supreme example of this is you, Sabine.
Thank you for making my point for me. Why did you do this to her?
She's the prime scion. It had to be her. The other scions knew and welcomed her. They sought out their own killer. It was all so very elegant. What I did had to be done, Sabine. And I had to be the orchestrator, for I am the House of Shadows. I am the Fate Weaver. I am the hand that guides a blind world.
Sabine slowly draws her needle.
Time to get to the point.
My, you still have the needle I gave you. How very gratifying. A fine instrument, is it not? Precise, exact.
You know, I'll be completely honest. If this game just had him in the middle of that dialogue go as he was, killed in the mid-conversation, I would give this game a plus for that exact moment right there, just on the spot.
Just like me. Just like you. You should know that I forced you to shed the blood of scions because rather than a killer, it transformed you into a savior of untold millions.
No, it's already the moment's already passed. It doesn't get the positive. Because I know the scene you're referencing, but you know what I mean, right? He's just sitting here monologuing. Like characters do in all of fiction and real life. And so I would have loved it if he was like, and then I will... just like in the middle of his big speech here about how elves need to be wiped out of the face of the earth, because he's a genocidal maniac, by the way. In the middle of his speech, just... and gurgle.
Here's the final truth, Sabine. The true evil here is not me. It's you.
Okay. I'll give you a C- on presentation points, but like I'm hang on. No. You can do better than this. Very disappointing. I'm going to need you to turn this paper in, boy.
The Mother Tree and her scions do not seek to carve out their own part of peace in this world. They seek to carve out the whole wide world for themselves. They want their roots to conquer every last inch of Rivellon. World domination. The prevalence of one race over all others. That is what they desire. That is what I counteract.
I contemplate his words and come to a conclusion. He's a lunatic, he's a dead man, or he may be right.
He died the day he met me.
Death. Did I create a monster after all? I don't begrudge you your freedom, Sabine. But you came looking for me driven by no more than ordinary bloodlust. All you see is red. You've lost sight of all reason. You know how the scar works. You know I have but to sing a single tune. You've no hope whatsoever of defeating your master.
I would argue, and this is just me, I'm with Colgrim. Well, the current leadership of the elves absolutely has that mentality. That I don't think that justifies genocide. I don't know. Maybe I'm a weirdo for that one. Because this is a little bit different than such scenarios. This is not the Founders. This is not the Sand People. This is... this is nothing even remotely like those scenarios. And, as a consequence, the idea of trying to fix that scenario by just wiping them all out is not something I would really be down for. That being stated... Don't agree with that, Michael. That being stated, though, I do have to admit, the death fog thing is really to blame here. Again, have you paid attention? I think we're up to 7 separate instances of because of the frickin' death fog thing. You know how I mentioned that Brachus Rex was a PC, except villainous, like he picked all the evil choices? Lucian isn't the same thing, but Lucian really is an evil PC, despite the fact that we could play him back in Divinity.
He sings. The Scar song swells, 1,000 tiny needles in Sabile's soul, chipping away at her will.
That's a good way to put that. Brachus picked all the evil options. Lucian picked all the wrong options. That's a good way to put that.
She looks at you with hope and defiance, gives the signal. You must sing the song.
So, I would say this is the single most evil act that you can do in this entire game, my opinion. I mean, there's things that you can do that are larger scale evil that will destroy the world, but I've said before, for me, evil is a far more personal thing. You know, for me, scale of evil is about how cruel and how backstabby and how horrible it is. This is someone who has... Remember how I emphasized earlier how big of a deal it is that she has given you the tools to perfectly and totally control her mentally. That is a huge, huge thing to trust someone with. Again, I'm not sure I would trust anyone with that in real life, to use a direct parallel. And you have the option to betray her on that, to betray that trust. That is nutso level of evil. That's what Brachus would do. The second option, just run at him and kill him rather than having that would be Lucian's option. We're not Lucian or Brachus.
Your voice harmonizes with the Master's. Stunned, he hesitates, and yours becomes the dominant melody. Sabile is free from his influence.
Dear me, you're a miracle worker. I'll take it from here.
The patient cat finally pounces. She strikes, precisely, exactly. Her needle pierces his neck, spears his vocal cords, filling his throat with blood. Checkmated and muted, he staggers back, all a feared fury. This is it. It's time to kill the Master.
I don't know if this is quite worse than the mission thing, because that's messed up. But it is worth noting that, to go back to what I just said about how I would qualify evil, I would say the mission choice in KOTOR 1 is worse than the, bomb the planet evil ending. But again, we've already been down that. Hang on, I gotta scroll up to read Gum-Gum's thing, because I didn't see Gum-Gum's question. Like, I didn't see something to put a question on. Other than the fact that the Espadans are concrete. Okay, so they didn't like each other because they're racist? That's what I'm pulling out of that, Gum-Gum. Agreed. That's true. Mission betrays us by virtue of being an incredibly awesome person who believes in us. Wait. No, it is literally true that he, at no point did it ever occur to him that she would ever have someone she trusted close enough to share that song with directly. Which is amusing in its own right. So I'm gonna do something kind of specific here. There we go. You didn't need that armor anyways. So, as much as I'd love to kill you myself, I'm a summoner. And, well, I do summoning things. This is Bob. Say hello, Bob. Honestly, that's probably sufficient, but, you know, just to really make this point clear.
I'll yield to none.
Alright. How much health do you have left, boy? Can't see him. There we go. She might be able to do that. He. Whatever. Yep. One more shot.
Reveal yourself.
The master's dead. Finally, I am free.
Now, we're kind of still in combat, but I wanted to make sure that she got that kill in. I wanted her to get it. Alright, Sue. Did I? I did. Shame there's no lava nearby. That would have been funny. I wouldn't deprive her of that kill. I wouldn't do that to her. Now, if she had that ability... Well, shoot. All these guys are just little boys. Let's just go ahead and smack them. Smack! And, be on fire. I think you should be on fire.
I sense something nearby.
Yeah, there's a... They're burning. This isn't a fight worth breaking out source on. This is Dr. Winter. Say hello, Dr. Winter. Don't worry, we'll get you on fire later. I love how the Shadow Prince has all these people on standby, and he was just, you know, not... I agree, Colgrim. Having them finish at different tempos makes more sense to me. Maybe I'm biased because, you know, Final Fantasy. But I like the idea that different people's arcs conclude at different times. And if I was designing a game, I would probably do the same thing. Do I have reach? I do not. Almost, but not quite. Pity. Yeah, Beast's mission doesn't even really come in until the final act. It's true, Colgrim. Or a fan. I mean, I don't actually know. I've never seen it, but simply knowing what I know, that makes perfect sense. Sometimes they despawn Zalok. Does that count? No, it does not. Okay, just checking. Hello, Deckfish. How are things? Yeah, Iffin has every right to be upset, but we'll cover that much later. That's super spoilery. Could you stop wasting my time, please? I know it's hard for you, because you're dumb. But quit it. Oh, Jesus, Bragman. I'm sorry. Aw, I can't reach the lava from here. Wait, wait! Where can I put it? Where can I put it? Damn! The one dude's invisible and I don't know where he wandered off to. This guy's too close to me and that guy's too close to Fane. I think I might just go for the guess. I mean, it's a point I'm not going to use anyways. Where do you think he is? Because there's some dude down there who's stealthed right now. Yeah, I'm never doing that, Colcrum. I don't care about Achievos that well, or that much. Where do you think he is? He was right here. So he can't have gone super far. Let's just gamble. No. Oh well. Worth the effort. Nah, there's no delay action in this game. Oh well. Where was he? Nowhere nearby. Wow. Yeah, but can't you only delay if it's the beginning of your turn? Not, you know, having already moved a bunch like I had already committed to. So, yeah. Again, delay was not an option. Although I should have phrased that better, so I'll give you that. Who the hell is this dude? It doesn't matter. Yeah, just go be like right next to that dude. I mean, doing dishes is good. Dishes need be doing. Giant flaming skeleton spiders. Oh, we might finish this game tomorrow, Deckfish. Maybe. I wouldn't bet on it, though. There's actually a decent chance we'll finish this by Saturday, though. That's getting more into likely. There he was! Oh, God, right out of range of the frickin' lava. Look at that. Oh, come on. No Oppie? Oh. Fine, whatever.
I'm ready.
Peekaboo. You know, just die. Or miss. That's cool, too. I think being on fire makes it more horrifying. I mean, I don't know about you, that's pretty messed up looking. I could probably make an entire monster movie about that thing right there. Like where that's the monster, you know? Did I mention it can eat corpses? Which buffs its damage even more. Oh, come on! 94% chance! Oh my god, Bragwin. No! No! We've gone too far! There we go. True enough, blow up Alex. I'm just saying. Dr. Winter there is freaking terrifying. Alright, so let's get a little loot on. That's... Hang on. The epic conclusion will have to wait until we identify a lot of loot. Because, of course, you know, major arc boss. Okay, that's junk. Oh, it's already junked. Yeah, I'll put that there. And that there. And that's for him. I think I won't go for that. Well, it's more armor on both axes. It loses a lot of stats. Yeah, Sabine, could you check this out? This is an axe of such and such. Aha. This is an axe of such and such. Aha. Tell me more. It's her. Yep. And there's the heart of the Shadow Prince. Just hold on to that for no reason. You need to be up here for the sake of my inventory sorting. Okay. That goes here. Goes here. And... Oops, wrong thing. Where's... Did I just get rid of it? Am I that stupid? I am probably that stupid. There we go. Just looking at it. There it is. As for Sabine, I appreciate the warning, but stand down. She is only a threat to herself. The Mother Tree will choke on death fog, and with that, all will be well. If the girl is silly enough to pursue an actual confrontation, she deserves the enslavement I would now spare her. That said, keep me posted on the Red Prince. My word, what an annoyingly talented nuisance that arrogant little brat turned out to be. Save.
I must speak with this spirit. Stay close. Danger may yet lurk in the shadows.
Sure.
Very good. Now for some answers.
Red Prince, at last we meet, or rather, meet with your awareness of my presence. How often I've stood by you but an arm's length away, a shadow within the shadows, untouchable.
Huh. One moment, I need to look up Grand Theft Auto really quick. Once again, we've already established precedence on this point. I believe it's an aggregate positive for the log. Yep, there it is. Aggregate positive for the log. One of these days we'll stop giving positive this game, I swear. It is a good log. It goes back quite a ways, too. Not perfectly, but, you know, a ways. Like, there's the imp stuff we were doing earlier. That's how far back it goes. I thought there was a codex too. No, whatever.
Almost like meeting an old friend. Or, in the present circumstances, a kindred spirit.
Even in death, his eyes are black holes in a black-skinned sky. He bows with the deference of a noble among nobles, swinging ever so playfully between sincerity and sarcasm.
I suppose I should start with an apology for the attempts on your life. Talk about getting off on the wrong foot, wouldn't you say?
Failed attempts, remember? Hardly made me break a sweat, those lackeys of yours.
To my astonishment, and I admit my admiration. You may find this hard to believe, but given different circumstances, I would have been quite content to let you live. Let you play the Emperor from your golden throne in your golden city. Alas, certain events beyond even my control were set in motion. Ripples became waves. I had to act. And so I arranged for you to meet with an unfortunate self-inflicted end.
The succubus.
I did, but of course I didn't know then he was God-woken. Stronger than the demon. It's almost a pity we found ourselves on such opposite sides. All because of who you are, and all because of who she is. It was Sadha who set events in motion, Red Prince. If you were the ripple, she was the wave. She's a tidal wave that will take wing, become a murder of dragons, red as the setting sun, that will alight every corner of this world with the terrible splendor of fire.
Murder of dragons?
To make a point. For it is murder they would commit, and it would be murder that would be committed upon them. The simple truth of the matter is that yes, we lizards were dragons once. The mightiest creatures to rule sky, earth, and sea. But such was the jealousy of our power that all other races united against us and brought us to the brink of extinction. No one knows what happened next. Was it wizardry? Was it Zol Stissa who took mercy on us even then? Suddenly we were dragons no more. Lizards instead. And as lizards we flourished and built an empire once more. But the House of Dreams trades in prophecy. They've always known we could be dragons again. For one day a man and a woman will be born, and their skin will be red, and the fruit of their union will be great red dragons.
A day that will come to pass.
Curse your obstinance. Listen to me. I was the House of Shadows. This was my role. I saw the great games in motion, allowed them their flux when they advanced for good, cut them short when they advanced for evil, even if it meant doing evil.
Which you are. It's worth noting, you are an exceptionally evil person.
The renaissance of dragons would spell the end of our race, plain and simple. To that end I needed you to die, but you proved to be all too worthy an opponent. An opponent I would even now see an ally. Ally with me, Red Prince. Find Sadha and kill her. If she births dragons, all other races will unite against us, and this time they will destroy us for good. We were spared last time. The condition of our continued existence was that we'd never let the dragon roar again.
They look each other in the eyes, like two chess players contemplating their next move.
Right. Yeah, the problem with this setting is that it's so borked that I'm not actually sure it's possible to make it a better place. One of the endings, let me be very clear about this, one of the good endings involves ensuring eternal war between people. I like how there's only the two options here. Just for the hell of it, we're gonna grab a save there. You know, you should play along.
Actually, I think I'll call his bluff. Now then, I'm the Red Prince. Your role in this story is over. I am its sole protagonist. Sadha may indeed be dangerous. I may decide she must die. I may not. But it will be my decision. You're out of options, Master of Shadows. Tell me where she is.
The Shadow Prince stands checkmated, and he knows it.
I truly have no choice, have I? Very well. I must put the fate of all lizards in your hands.
But that makes it so much better, Cashel. This is the fate of the world in many ways, and of the entire lizard empire. All on Sir Buckethead.
But beware. Sadha is ultimately dangerous. Not only will she be the mother of dragons, I fear she's fallen in with an old enemy. Them.
How'd they change it, Cord?
He points to the fallen black ring.
If I'm correct, and Sadha's heart has been darkened by the ring, you may be able to find her through their scrying magic.
Quite the contrary, Mr. Red. The bucket actually reduces your stats.
There's a thing on this island known as the Sallow Man. He is a master of mirrors.
And I can't wait to talk to him.
Mirrors like his will read your mind and show you what you desire, if you manage to elude or eliminate him. A word of warning, though. He is like a shred of nightmare ripped from the dream realm set loose in reality. Do not underestimate this creature. Be careful, and become the savior of all lizards, Red Prince. Become the true emperor of your people.
I will be emperor, yes. Of lizards or dragons, that remains to be seen.
Basically, yes. Okay.
The tree must fall. The tree must fall.
Hang on. Seville?
The Shadow Prince's spirit snarls at you, claws at you, but his spectral nails move harmlessly through your body.
Go for it, Seville.
His fading eyes go wide with such abject fear, it is terrible to behold. And how very wonderful that feels.
Yeah, I gave that one to her for pretty obvious reasons. Okay. Well, he's been erased from existence. Oh yeah, we should talk. Can we talk?
Yes.
We got 3 dialogue options. Well, that considering the afterlife is kind of going to be in our hands, Zalok. Like, that's not a spoiler. We're already at that point. So we'll decide how the afterlife is going to function at the end of this game. So that's kind of up to us, really. So, I am touched you trusted me with that, Sabine.
Oh, honey, you should be. It was a trust not lightly given, I assure you.
And yeah, we have to make the afterlife good for the kids, so... cessation.
The mere recollection of this tune, it haunts me. Sometimes, in dreams, I hear it whistled, and I fear it's real. I fear I'll never wake up again because it holds me enthralled in the night. And when I think of what it made me do, it's enough to make me want to flay whoever sings it.
Please don't flay me. I have no skin. It won't go very well.
She pats your shoulder awkwardly.
But darling, no need to tense up so. I'd never do that to you.
It's the skin thing, isn't it?
Well, not unless you'd attempt to sing the song before we meet the master. But you're far too smart for any such shenanigans, aren't you? Of course you are. Now then, on a more serious note, how about a hug?
Hug. Hug.
An embrace, a sweet, stolen moment.
Shark hugs. Shark hugs. Ugh. Yeah. Here. Hang out with me for a bit, Blue. Don't knock over the water, Blue. Let's put a top on the water, Blue, while you're here. Hang on, hang on. Not that I'm aware of, Purple Boil, other than killing them, obviously. Okay.
See? I told you we should do this again sometime.
Thugs. Okay. So, Master's dead.
It feels magnificent.
Yay.
If somewhat unreal.
Some more hugs?
But first things first.
More hugs? Well, yeah, I know that, Colgrim, but we're not there yet.
You look on as Sabine bares her arm and drags her needle across the word master, like a knife, drowning the black ink in blood.
And I heal her.
With a few ripples of sauce, the wound closes, leaving behind but new scar tissue that effaces all trace of the hated word that was.
Thank you. You're such a sweetheart.
I just care.
She laughs. Her cat eyes dance with mirth.
Hug. Come on, I got my flippers out and everything.
Now, it's over.
Congratulatory hug!
You back warmly. Next, she takes your hand in hers, meets your eyes in earnest.
Oh god, are we in a romance arc? I'm not trying to romance you, Sabine, I swear.
I just can't thank you enough. I could never have defeated the Master without you. I owe you everything.
Ma'am, you don't know me, Jack.
But I do, and I won't forget. I am free now.
She places a hand over the fresh scar on her arm.
I've known the opposite too long to want to spend another day hollow with hate. Another night hollow with loneliness.
You don't, but it's hugs! Hugs! Nero says hugs! Hugs. 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 Can't quite reach the webcam. Yeah. There. So are my only options I love you forever or you're secretly evil? Are these my only options? Alright. Whatever.
I know I needn't be, if you show me a little love.
But I have no love. I feel nothing in my frozen heart of death.
You kiss her on the cheek, and she laughs, full of life.
And now we should go our separate ways. Okay. Okay, whatever. I thought she... Okay, sure, whatever.
Lohse looks pale and unfocused. She doesn't meet your eyes.
You alright?
Yes!
Struggling?
No!
Okay. Just checking.
What's on your mind, darling?
What can I do for you?
So, House of Shadows.
If this man was to be believed, he was the House of Shadows, which implies said institution exists no longer. I am not of the opinion, however, that this man was to be believed. Was he prince? Maybe. Did he truly work for the good of our empire? Perhaps. He could have been no more than a lowborn, with a taste for drama and deceit. He could be one shadow prince in a legion of thousands. All that matters is he's dead. No longer can he stand in my way or pose a threat to Sadha. Which quite calls for a celebratory round of drinks as far as I'm concerned.
I've been wondering, if I was a lizard, which house would I belong to?
What house? Ha! A peculiar query. But very well, I'm no stranger to parlor games. Let's see. From what I gather, you've a certain mystical quality about you. A penchant for the surreal and the visionary. There can be no doubt that would place you in the much-revered House of Dreams.
Yeah, okay. I'm with it.
Don't get your hopes up. We don't adopt.
Aww. Even if I secretly turned into a lizard? No? Okay. Alright. Which altar is this? Zorolstissa? That's not one of the two I don't want to do, so...
The air is thick with heavy flakes of ash. The altar before you seems to radiate heat as you approach. There is a blinding flash, and you are surrounded by flame. It licks your skin, enveloping you, but does not burn. Looking up, you see Zorolstissa sitting on an ember throne, surrounded by faintly glowing stars.
Even the narrator barely pronounces the L. Zorolstissa.
Her eyes are mocking and angry, but you can see that her scales are starting to flake and fall.
Weakling! You have wasted my time by coming here. My champion will ascend at the wellspring. No other can overcome trial by flame.
So how do I spit on you?
There is no challenge, Godwoken. There is only flame. My chosen will overcome.
The lizard slams her fist against her throne, sending embers flying. One of the stars above her ignites, wreathing itself in flame. The flames around you flare, and you're enveloped in an inferno. The fire rips through you, scorching your flesh and burning your clothes. The vision fades, leaving only the blazing fire, a glowing sun emblem on the altar, and the echoing laughter of a malicious god.
Keiko. Oh no, I'm on fire. Truly the most horrible fate to befall someone. What error shall I do? Are you coming? There's that pathfinding issue I actually referenced earlier. Listen, could you rain blood on me, please? Oh wow, that didn't get me wet. Wow. That's actually surprising. So anyways. I don't actually remember what else to do here other than go down the middle. My memories are failing me here. I mean, yeah, I could hit the other altars, but who gives a damn? I'm already deliberately skipping 2 of them.
I've never seen ruins like these.
Flake
You don't know much, do you?
As if from nowhere, a sweating warrior appears before you.
Who the hell's be yow?
Nobody. Nobody. Check Discord. What's going on in Discord right now? Oh my god, everyone hates me! Almost my turn. Hang on. Alright, so. Are we done here? You don't waste my time. Oh, you're not who I thought you were. Debate. Apparently we're not hostile with the Magisters. I'm actually a little surprised by that. But, okay, you know. I won't question. We're all cool here. You got some armor. I mean, not anymore, obviously, but you had some armor. And that was kind of impressive, a little bit.
Hey!
Peekaboo. That's probably true, Fulgrim. Get a faction flag going on there.
Glory is mine.
It's the terrain heights thing, so look, it's definitely not you. Effectively, the camera's only allowed to be X Z-axis, or, you know, so much Z-axis. And so it bounces around depending on what the center of the camera is, but in some of these areas it's so canyony that it isn't 100% sure what to do with it. So it just kind of bounces up and down a little bit. Sometimes it doesn't bounce up and down at all. See? So. You know what? Just kill something. Or don't. Just stand there. You kill something. Yeah, by the way, while I appreciate the evil option being a thing, we are not even going to try to negotiate with the Black Ring. Like, ever.
Glory is mine!
So, for anybody wanting to go the Black Ring route, no. Truth be told, if I was to give a negative for the camera thing, it would be an aggregate territory. It's mostly because of its infrequency. It's very rarely an issue. So that is something to jot down, though. Right here. This is why I need y'all feedbacking. There's got to be a better word for that. Giving feedbackery? No. Being feedbackery. That would work. Honestly, that's being a bit too negotiaty, I think, Sierra. But I'm willing to negotiate that far. A perfect example of an area where the camera's an issue was the broken terrain in the northeast corner of the majority of Act 2. It was pretty much just bad all around up there. Backseat reviewing. New lore rule. No backseat reviewing. I'm kidding. Aw, I appreciate it, Zach. I hope it looks cool, at least. Interesting. Peekaboo. Yeah, that'll just be a normal channel at that point, Colgrim. Oh wow, I could teleport way down here. And on fire. Necrofire. Oh, it actually looks different. Check it out. This is a burning Necrofire skeleton spider thing. To quote Star Trek, normal is what you are not, and what everyone else is.
My thanks to you and your friends. I had never died before. I felt so much pain, so much fear. It was delicious. A shame I shall not taste death again once my lord returns. But when he does, you will beg for the sweet aroma of death.
Nice fellow.
The altar stands before you, flecked with moss and the cracks of age. An ant crawls across the surface, dipping in and out of the inscription that's engraved on the rock. In honor of Ralik, first of the gods and patron of humanity.
Meh. I don't feel like being perma-blinded. Although I do have my blindfold on me still. It's right there. Sure.
The altar stands in
Let's
honor
spit on
of,
him.
as your prayer drifts away on the breeze, you feel the world around you shift. You open your eyes to a courtyard with wooden targets and practice posts scattered about. And there before you stands Ralik, a twisted old man struggling to heft his own sword. With difficulty, he lifts it high, cutting down towards one of the targets, but he misses completely. His sword clangs against the cobbles, slipping out of his hands and skittering towards you. Cursing loudly, he crawls towards you, searching hands running over the stone. He's blind.
It's about 15 afternoon, Loner.
He hears you as you step forward and lets out a cackle.
One of the others sent you, eh? Sent you to pester a poor man that has lost his sight?
I pick up his sword and rest it against his neck.
Is it something you can take from a corpse, boy?
Man, I can take a lot of things from a corpse. I got necromancers and source magic, I mean...
He gets to his feet. He might not be able to see you, but he is clearly none too impressed. Or threatened.
Oh, you will be.
I don't require much from you. Just one small favor. I want your sight. After all, what is a warrior without his sight? Give me yours. I assure you, it will be put to good use in the war against the Void.
Sure.
The god steps forward, grabbing you by the chin and twisting your face towards the sky. The clouds clear and the sun emerges, bright in the sky.
Can you see it?
You can. You can see nothing else. Your eyes start to burn as the brightness fills your head with fire, and you can feel your sight fading. After a few moments of agony, you're left with nothing but darkness and Ralik's echoing laughter. You can feel a subtle shift in the air, and birdsong fills your ears. Reaching forward, you feel the cool stone of the altar and a new carving. You trace it with your hands, an image of the sun.
Okay, that got a grin out of me, Blow Up Alex. That's a good one. Well, we're permanently blind now. And now we're not. Ugh. I gotta admit, that would be hysterical. Imagine Daredevil for a second. I gave up my sight, but hang on. And someone walks up, puts a blindfold on them, and takes it off, and he could just suddenly see. That's all it took? I mean, you know I don't like Odyssey, Cord. And Chinese food is Chinese food, so really I feel like that, that should speak for itself right there. Chinese food, yes, good. So I did a little research. This is off topic, but at least one person in chat might care about this. You may or may not have noticed that I've been unable to order McDonald's delivery for several weeks at this point. It's always said it's too far away. I've been very confused by that, since it's not. It's like 5 minutes down the road. So, I looked into it. What's actually happening is they are so inundated with requests for ordering from McDonald's that they have a queue system that only so many orders can be taken with a given restaurant in a given time, regardless of availability. And if they're full, then they say, too far to deliver. It's just like a generic response, effectively. So the reason I can't order McDonald's delivered is because everyone else is doing that right now. Which makes sense, especially right now, but apparently that's a problem hitting multiple cities, too. Go figure. Crystal Song was going to be its own zone, but thanks to the way WoW does its zone loading, it would have caused issues for Dalaran, which is the capital, so they abandoned it. That's the summary, Mr. Red. Hello? I mean, it was okay, Zach Taft. I don't remember what I said about it back then. So whatever I said about it back then is my answer to you. Well, I wanted a Shamrock Shake, so... We are doing a second block today. My beloved sister is otherwise occupied, and therefore I will not be heading up there. Anyways, what do I think of the Daredevil movie? The best part of that movie was, I can't remember his name, as Bullseye. He actually was the only person who felt like he was properly fitting into the tone of the film. Most everyone else, in my opinion, was trying too hard to be serious and failing at it. Whereas he was having fun with it. Yeah, he was being cheesy and ridiculous, and it slid into the tone nicely. Whereas everyone else was just, this is my horrible story of grim darkness. And it just didn't work for me.
Embedded in the stone stands an ancient and venerable sword, as sharp and as strong as the day it was made.
I don't actually want that sword, if I'm not mistaken. It's a one-hander. I don't care about one-handers. But, whatever.
Embedded in the it feels good, cool to the touch, and a perfect fit for your hand. The sword does not budge.
I thought Michael Clark Duncan was... How do I phrase this? I think he was a good Kingpin, but I think Kingpin was wasted in that film. Kingpin has always been one of my favorite Spider-Man villains, and I think when he's done right, he's awesome. And I don't think that was a good example of that. I think he was just kind of there as generic corporate bad guy, except for a couple of scenes where he was awesome. And that's why I say, you know, it was kind of wasted, because if they'd done more with him or focused more on him, I think it could have been really cool. My opinion. Affleck as Daredevil. What's-her-face as... I can't think of her name. I can't think of her... Elektra. I have a lot harder time saying that she was okay there, but I might be biased because of the fact that, you know, I've seen the Elektra film. And whatever I may have to say about the Daredevil film, the Elektra film is so much worse. Jennifer Garner, that's it. Good afternoon, Gunumber's finest. I mean, I haven't heard him off the top of my head, Zach Taft, but I could see that, yeah. Worst superhero film? Well, we've got the original Fantastic Four film, the original Captain America film, and the original Spider-Man film. All of which I would say are probably battling it out for worst. But admittedly, the Fantastic Four film, the people involved at least tried to make something with it, so I'm going to remove that from the board. So that just leaves the original Captain America and the original Spider-Man. Of those two, I think I'll give that to the original Captain America, which was just... bad on top of bad. The one that's never been publicly and officially released, Nerazaz. The one that was only produced on a shoestring budget to hold on to the rights, and then, again, was never released. Where was the pocket dimension? That was, like, right... What? Here. So, hang on, so... That's the Elven area. There's this. No, the one before Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. Here it is. The one where it literally looks like he's wearing some pajamas. God. Remember how we were talking? You were there for that, Blowfight. We were talking about how the majority of the original era superhero films were terrible. Wow. Most of those would qualify for me as the worst superhero films. Like I said, they're all just kind of down there in the track, with a couple of noteworthy exceptions.
Stop!
Hi.
The troll leans in and glares at you with beady little eyes. His breath is like a butcher's offal bucket, left in the sun too long.
No cave for you.
I'd like to get past you.
The troll grimaces and spits a melon-sized glob of phlegm onto the ground near your feet.
No cave for you.
It's really urgent that I get in there.
The troll looks over you thoughtfully while one of his fingers rummages around his nostril.
See you around, Gum Gum. Probably after the lunch break.
Cave for you.
Thanks. Goodbye.
An empty cave with a bare altar. Strange.
The altar before you seems relatively bare. There is no inscription to a god and no offering placed.
I mean, I would say, Nerazaz, that... Okay, that's a bit of a topic, but put simply, density matters to me, not size. How you use it, sex joke, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, Yakuza. My go-to example of that is the Yakuza series, where the towns are... The playable area is actually quite small, but there is so much to do that it works, right? That's about the size I'd think is normal if there's not good transit and there's not good density. Now, don't mistake me, there's something to be said about roaming through a big, open, awesome area, but that's where the transit comes in. You know, Breath of the Wild is a reasonable size for the type of game it is because it's actually fun and enjoyable to go from point A to point B. And of course, there's waypoints all over the place, as you've mentioned, you know, lots of fast travel. If Breath of the Wild did not have the good fast travel, that would go down substantially in quality. And if it didn't have the enjoyment of walking around, if it was just move and that was the extent of it, then that would probably hinge into negative territory in my book. Does that answer you?
All you can see is a smear of blood on its surface, and a hollow that seems to call for something.
Well, let's try praying.
You feel an invisible hand grab you by the throat. Cold, unseen lips brush your ear. You can't make out any words, but you understand what you're hearing. Whispered tears, screams in the dark. Blood, pain, blood, blood. The hand releases you, and you stagger back, gasping. The altar watches you silently. It's waiting.
Right, right. Well, the good news is I can make blood happen out of thin air. Bad news is that's not what you want, apparently.
The altar before you, all you can see is a
So I'm not killing Alexander. So you're around Urban. Papanik, sorry. Not that I should be able to see any of this, but let's kind of look around while we're here. Admittedly, I've been thinking about something Nerozaz, and your comment reminds me of it. I've been thinking about downgrading the positive for good fast travel to an aggregate positive, because I feel like the distribution is just a little bit too spread out, especially on Act 2. So there's long periods of time where I'm doing this. Now, that's much worse in Act 2 than it is here, but the fact remains. I think I will actually do that. If for nothing else, the Act 2 kind of qualifies that. In fact, we could just bake that into an aggregate right there, like that. There we go. Oh yeah, we didn't do Mother Tree, and I don't remember how to. But that's okay. Hey, Alexander.
Divinity is mine to take, sorcerer. You keep that in mind.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Or what? Your threats carry no weight.
I could kill you without even trying.
But you are desperate. That much is clear. Make yourself of use to me, and I shall help you unlock the council. You must strike down the one who leads the Black Ring on this island. That is my price.
Alright.
He's known as the Sallow Man. My father faced him in battle during the Great War. He's a wicked creature, a master of illusions who hides in the shadows and sends others to do his bidding.
Alexander produces an old cowl and mutters an incantation. The cloth glows a cool blue for a moment before settling back. He hands the cowl over to you.
My father concocted this charm so that he could face the Sallow Man in battle. The cowl has now been laced with its essence. Wear it, and he will be forced to reveal himself. Succeed, and perhaps you can join me inside the council. There we can see who shall be the next divine, once and for all.
So hard not to kill you. I'm not smart enough to wear this cowl. It's funny. Here, Losa, you wear it for right now. No, it's okay, Consulate. It's okay.
The mother tree calls you. Follow the spirit. Climb to the heart of the tree. The mother awaits.
Sure. Hi. Gross.
I am the scion of the Mother Tree. Her heart speaks through me.
The scion of the Mother Tree. Let me talk to her, please. She and I have business.
Of course.
I have the Shadow Prince's heart. Enjoy.
The scion eats the lizard's heart, one chamber at a time. 1, 2, 3, and then it is gone. She holds her hand out.
This may aid you on your journey. It is a powerful rune. You may use it as you wish. Sabine. Your actions cause great pain to the Mother. You cause great pain to all elves when you run from duty. You cause great pain to yourself. But now you are here. The Mother forgives. It is time for you to fulfill your destiny. You are the prime scion. You are the daughter of the Mother Tree. You are the one that will replace her. You must take root now. The Mother is sick. Soon she dies. It is time. The elves need a new mother. They need you. Take root, Sabine. The Mother demands it of you.
I stand firmly behind my opinion that Thane is the main character of this game. And I could see Ifan being the second one here. But Sabile is probably the most thematically connected one, especially given some of the overall themes of this work. There are at least 3 separate groups, 4 if you count the Magisters, 5 if you count the Black Ring, that all specifically want to enslave or capture her and prevent her from making any choices or decisions with her life. We've got the Master, Shadow Prince. We've got the frickin' tree, and we've got, I forget his name, it's Saurus and Dillion, or whatever it is, the deity, the Fako. And all of them are like, here, be my puppet.
This is a momentous decision. I'm not entirely certain.
Yeah, Sabile.
You do? Then I think you're right. I'll not do it.
Prime scion. Prime traitor.
How dare you not be our slave?
Strong is bark, weak is flesh. Even this dying heart will shred you.
Fight.
You're not trying to escape, are you?
Okay, that was funny. Yes, I know you have 7,000 AP. Are we down here? I wish there was some lava in here. That would be hilarious. Funk. Really? Huh, okay. Can't teleport her. Let's see if you can out-heal me. That is a good question, Mr. Red. Yeah, there's a long line of horrible people. So that is a good damned question.
Glory is mine.
Oh wow, the totems aren't dead. Oh, she's not dead. My bad. Thought I killed you. There you go. These totems are still not dead. I'm actually surprised by that. Honestly, I'd probably give it to the Fakos. Followed by Brackus, I think. Thank you for healing me?
Now is not the time for that.
Yeah, the God King... I mean, he's evil, I guess? It almost feels weird to call something like him evil, though. Oh, there's some dryads who are just hanging out up there. I mean, even the God King is anti-void, to put it into that terminology. Is that Blessed Fire? That is Blessed Fire. Reach anything, but... Oh, no, I was wrong. Yeah, the Fakos just... It's what they are. They're a bunch of uppity pricks who decided to seize so-called godhood and other evil things we haven't discussed yet. Because they were pricks. To put it as bluntly as I possibly can. Even in this setting, they don't qualify. As gods, I mean. Mr. X, come to get you. I mean, I've compared this setting a lot to Forgotten Realms, but even the deities in Forgotten Realms, which I also wouldn't call gods, have powers over their own particular realm that these do not. And at least the Forgotten Realms dudes have a... Yeah, except for Zentes, I'll give you that. At least the Forgotten Realms dudes have the decency to have internecine politics, which makes them interesting. The Fakos have nothing to make them interesting other than, hi, we're incredibly evil. And, I don't know, we're all full up on evil. You know, I think we've peaked, evil-wise. Why would you do that? I mean, I guess you heal from poison, so whatever. They really want to kill Sabile. That's actually funny that they're focus firing her. Something about that amuses me. Yeah, by this act, they've stopped all pretense of being decent beings. But we will have more exposition and more characterization for them in the future. Fire. Holy fire, no less. I admit Holy Fire looks pretty cool, so I'll give you that one, game. I should look up the speedrun on how it gets through this act. Because obviously they don't do, like, any of this stuff. It makes sense, though, doesn't it, Casual? I guess that makes sense more. Really? You're still alive? I have a fire totem. More holy fire. It's just... I'm not arguing. I'm cool. It's better than cursed. Fane's having some issues over there, but, you know, he'll be fine. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is the first time we've seen this much holy fire. We've only really seen holy fire a couple times before now.
Join us. Join us. Join us.
Sure thing, mysterious voice in my head. There's nothing I want more than to join you. Join you. Join you. Damn. Right, she has a poison weapon right now. Ugh, really? I'll just walk up to them. I apparently missed a totem down here. So I'll have to deal with that. Oh, I'm entangled. Wow, I can't move while I'm entangled. That sucks. Hi. Alright, Fane, we need to get you out of this holy fire. This is not doing well for your complexion. Let's go down here. Yeah, we're at less than half health if you're missing that.
Glory is mine!
Claim your death right, Fane.
My death right. I mean, when you sell it like that, how can I say no? God damn it, I have so much poison damage. I don't even care right now. Go ahead and shoot me. Okay. Now die. Don't shoot the person who heals from your shots. So, Sabine, you just killed your mother tree. How do you feel? Where is she? I lost her. Oh my god, Sierra Mike, why?
Please, go ahead.
So, I guess that's it. Like, it would probably be pretty messed, Sierra Mike. I have no hype whatsoever for Diablo 4, personally. No offense to anyone who does, but I haven't seen anything that makes me think it's going to be a good thing so far. Not yet, anyways. We'll see if we see anything this Friday. We will be covering that, obviously. That is just such a huge increase in armor. I'm going to go for that. I'm sure the elves will recover just fine, Consulate. And besides, to be completely blunt, they attacked me. If someone tries to kill me, I don't feel bad about trying to kill them back. It's a pretty normal thing, I think. Oh yeah, I guess we could kill the mother tree. That was weird.
This is the heart of the mother tree.
Hang on.
This is the heart of...
Okay. We're good. I mean, I don't know, that doesn't sound like a good line to me, Zaktav, but that's okay.
Sabine touches your arm.
Yeah, what's up?
Look, it's Sahela.
Sabine, it is so good to see you once more. I must speak with you. It is of the greatest importance.
Right.
I am in Fort Joy, but I do not see you there. From the fort I escape, as you do. At last I see clearly. I know what must be done.
Okay.
The mother is sick. She is weak. Her grip slips at last. You make her so. You kill her scions. You are strong now, Sabine. You are prime scion. You are God-woken. This is a unique opportunity. The impossible is now possible. Kill her. Free us from her tyranny. Please, finish what you start. One more kill. You must strike at her heart. Do this for me. Do this for all of us. Set us free.
This is one of those long-term ramification choices.
You want the mother tree dead. Quite the change of heart since last we met.
I know. But now she is weak. I can speak truth. The mother stops progress. The mother stops lovers. The mother forbids. The mother commands. The mother plots. The mother wants vengeance. She is hollow. But all elves want is to live.
I should probably mention, I don't know if this is true, but I have always had a theory, which I don't know if it was confirmed somewhere else or something, that one of the big proponents of elves wipe out all the other races, the problem the Shadow Prince was mentioning, is the Mother Tree, which of course would remember the whole death fog thing. Now, Lucian can go to hell, as we've already mentioned here, but at the same time, as we mentioned earlier, this is a long-term consequences scenario, because the Mother Tree was not the only one pushing for that agenda. If I'm right. Again, I don't remember exactly.
I know I can count on you, Sabine. You who loves her freedom above all. You must climb the temple to find the mother's heart, and then you must destroy it. Set yourself free, Sabine. Set us all free.
Well, sure, that's a momentous decision. Let's see if we can just do it really quick here.
Sabine lays a hand upon your forearm.
Step back. I have business with the mother. I'm going to kill her. You must allow this. It's important.
Sabine reaches out to the tree. She allows her power to burgeon and grow, and then she directs it all at the heart. The tree shudders, and then screams. The heart of the mother tree withers and dies. All is still.
Please, go ahead.
So you killed the mother tree.
She sighs.
Deep down it feels like a betrayal. A just betrayal. I know that many will say I failed my people, but I don't think I have. Even as I sat on the Prime Scion's throne as a child, watching pilgrims pass by in worship, I could hear her whisper, much like the Master would whisper. Mother and Master. There was precious little difference between the two. Both of them longed for power so absolute it's no more than an abstract. Yet it is that very abstract that causes so much actual misery for those that stand in its way. My heart may be conflicted, but my mind is not. I did the right thing.
Hang on, Carwellis. I've never heard of that happening, so I'm actually trying to look it up here. Wow, card. Well, alright. We can hesitate on killing her until the next act, I suppose. Wow, we have a lot of hostile people here. I wonder why.
Sebille, you killed the mother. We are free. We may go where we please. My heart is filled with gladness that you are with us, Sebille. I hope to see you again. I hope you find that which you seek. Set yourself free, Sebille, like you have set us all free.
It's a hell of a left turn thing, too, if that's true. Where did she go? She just straight up vanished. Okay. Now we're going to avoid all this lovely combat. There we go. Just kind of teleport out of there, don't mind me. I didn't just kill your mother tree or anything. Oh yeah, I guess with Sebille done, we have to give her a positive, absolutely. Sebille gets a positive, done. Honestly, I don't even think that's a debate. I have pretty much all the main characters up there except for Ifan. But I think we can codify Sebille. She also probably has what I would consider to be the... tied for the best arc, along with the Red Prince. Mostly because both have the most complete arc. You see so much of a gradient in between the beginning and the end. You know what I mean? Red Prince is more abstract, whereas hers is more emotional, but both start over here and end way over here. Other than my own, of course, Caspian. I have to default to Warcraft. The Azerothian elves, all like 80 varieties of them, are kind of awesome in my opinion. Culturally as well as, you know, biologically and magically and technologically, and historically, a lot of cool characters, you get it. I built one once, Carwellis. It actually worked really well. I was really happy with it, but obviously I don't have a lot of time to GM, so... Instead I started GMing my own setting. Go figure. Hi, Tazara. Welcome to about a minute before I cut off for lunch. Tazara's actually my lunch person. He shows up and rings the bell, and that's how I know it's time to take lunch. It was a D20-based system, but it was mostly based on just trying to convert Warcraft into a turn-based. one of my favorite things, and several of the players liked this too when I did my test runs, was each race has their own specials, right? Passives and activatables. The troll activatable was commune with the Loa. The trolls had the unique ability to sense and communicate with Loa pretty much wherever they were. And so they could make bargains with Loa on the fly, in order to, like literally in combat if they wanted to, in order to improve or change a situation or figure out something for a puzzle or whatever. And Guido was actually playing the troll, and he used that to good effect. I was quite pleased with that. So, Sabile is a codified positive. Absolutely. And with that, it is effectively lunchtime. I just want to see something really quick.
The altar before you, all you can see is a smith. You feel it. You can't make the hand.
Alright, I need the hat on there.
The altar before, all you can see is you feel it. You can't. The hand.
Huh? Okay, take off the helmet, sure.
The altar before you, the hand releases.
Okay. There we go. Alright, now we're good. Now we'll save. Now I'll take lunch. I will be back in about an hour, where we'll be wrapping up the island. Most likely. It's gonna be just cutscene central, too, so I hope you're looking forward to it.